Chapter 913. After Xiang Lu Laozu obtained the vast ocean bell, he hid his tracks and did not appear in the North Sea cultivation world. The sects Laozu all extended an olive branch to the independent mid-Dharma Laozu of the North Sea in view of the destructive power of the vast ocean bell against Mara. However, there was no response. At one point, Lu Ping wanted to use Ling Long to find the approximate location of Xiang Lu's old feet through the traces left in the earth veins by forefather Xiang Lu. But unfortunately, the mountain collapsed and the earth veins shifted. The entire Huanyu Island was in ruins, so even Ling Long herself couldn't find it. Seeing that the situation on Frost Island was becoming more and more tense, the sects all sent out messages, hoping that Xiang Lu Laozu would help the human cultivators defend against Mara's attack. When the news came, the entire North Sea cultivation world noticed the subtle changes. It seemed that if the Xiang Lu Laozu did not appear, not only would he offend the sects of the North Sea, he would also be placed on the opposite side by the entire North Sea cultivation world. After all, the calamity of Mara would sweep through the entire cultivation world. Every cultivator had the duty to fight against Mara. However, if Xiang Lu Laozu appeared, then it would be hard to say if he could continue to control the vast ocean bell under the pressure of the sections. Recently, another piece of news spread like wildfire. That was the Qiao family, one of the 12 families of the North Sea, that had Dharma Laozu as their leader. Laozu was mistakenly killed by Tiankong Laozu during the battle for the vast ocean treasure. Without Dharma Laozu, the Qiao family was in a constant state of anxiety. There was news that Jinling and Xianling sect would work together to divide the Qiao family's share of spirit stones on Frost Island. However, neither Jinling nor Xianling sect's Dharma Laozu directly responded to this matter. It was as if the two sects did not know about this. However, this also made the other 11 forces feel relieved. They were afraid that the sects of the North Sea would plot against them for their share of spirit stones. These clans usually only had 1 or 2 Dharma adepts in their ranks. There was no way they could compete with the 9 great sects of the North Sea, which had at least a mid-Dharma adept in their ranks, like Laozu. Right now, the situation on Frost Island was growing more and more severe. It was obvious that even Mara had been attracted by the spirit stone mines on Frost Island. At that time, all the sects and families would definitely send out their elites to protect Frost Island. If the sects took the opportunity to plot against the Dharma idol Laozu of these families and forces, they would not be a match for him. Therefore, these 11 sects became more and more united. Fortunately, although there were rumors, the major sects never took any action against the Qiao family's share of spirit stones. This made the previous worries of the 11 forces gradually relax. The scale of Mara's attacks on Frost Island grew larger and more frequent. The entire North Sea was mobilizing their forces. Frost Island could be said to be the most important object in the entire North Sea cultivation world. It was also the first large-scale battle between the North Sea cultivation world and Mara. Jinling was also constantly making preparations. Naturally, Lu Ping was also called up. However, before he went to Frost Island, Fornax Laozu had already sent him a message, asking him to make a few batches of soul return pills. The soul return pill was a strange pill recipe that Lu Ping found in the Clear Stream Cave abode. It could repair a cultivator's damaged divine consciousness. It was targeted at cultivators who had been seriously injured by the soul-devouring magic of the demonic cultivator. The main material to make the soul return pill was the soul-devouring crystal of the demonic cultivator. The grade of the soul return pill depended on the grade of the soul-devouring crystal of the great demonic cultivator. The soul return pill made from the soul-devouring crystal of the great demonic cultivator could heal cultivators who had been injured by the great demonic cultivator's soul-devouring crystal. The soul return pill, made from the soul-devouring crystal of the blood demonic cultivator, could also heal cultivators who had been injured by the blood demonic cultivator. By the time Lu Ping and Fornax Laozu had finished making a few batches of soul return pills, the battle on Frost Island was already in full swing. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties. On Jinling's side, even though spiritual master Xianchen was personally in charge of the mother-child traction formation, It was said that the number of core forging cultivators who had died during this period of time was in the double digits, not to mention the other sections. However, this was also because Jinling occupied the largest area on Frost Island, so the area he was defending was naturally the largest. Even though Jinling's current strength could be said to be the best in the cultivation world of the North Sea, he could only fight head-on like this. As time went on, the number of casualties would naturally increase. Other than those who had died, there were even more people who were injured. Fortunately, the entire pill pavilion was operating at full capacity during this period of time. With Lu Ping's help, Jinling's various healing pills were considered sufficient, reducing many of Jinling's losses. On this day, Lu Ping finally completed the mission that Fornax Laozu had given him. Thinking that he was going to Frost Island soon, he walked towards the artifact forging hall. After guiding the 9 mid-sized spirit veins over and merging them into the main vein of the spirit vein on Tianling Mountain, the concentration of spirit energy on the entire Tianling Mountain had obviously increased. Although Jinling had tried his best to slow down this process to avoid arousing too many people's suspicions, for someone like Lu Ping who had extremely long divine senses and was extremely sensitive to spirit energy, it was extremely clear. Chen Lian saw Lu Ping from afar and waved at him, saying, "You're here at just the right time. Saves me the trouble of looking for you." Lu Ping smiled. "Not bad. You've already advanced to the late stage of the core forging realm. It looks like becoming a Grandmaster Artificer won't be a problem." Chen Lian threw a psychic jade pendant to him and said, "Here, this is your jade pendant. I've already condensed 2 psychic spirit treasures on it, and it's almost reached the limit of this psychic jade pendant's quality. If you want to improve it further, I'm afraid you'll have to find better spirit materials." Lu Ping held the jade pendant in his hand and played with it. After hanging it on his waist, he could see through the 3 pure true pupils that the psychic jade pendant was filled with a misty light. Lu Ping took off the jade pendant again and said, "This jade pendant was given to me as a greeting gift by my senior sister when I became my disciple. Originally, I only wanted to refine a top-grade magic tool, but I happened to find some suitable spirit materials, so I upgraded it all the way until now." Chen Lian said, "Although this psychic jade pendant can be considered a rare and precious treasure, it has innate limitations. The amount of spirit energy it can gather is almost a hair from 9 oxen for you and me. For early-stage core forging realm cultivators, it has some use. However, if you can find 10 millennia spirit jade, you may be able to upgrade it to the level of a spirit-nurturing magic treasure. In that case, it may be of some use to cultivators like me. Moreover, after using the 10 millennia spirit jade to upgrade its quality, it may have the qualifications to challenge the Thunder Tribulation and become a spirit treasure in the future. How can 10 millennia spirit jade be so easy to find? That thing is not inferior to a high-grade heaven-ranked spirit treasure. With a piece of 10 millennia spirit jade, you can directly refine a spirit treasure. Why would you use it to upgrade this psychic jade pendant?" Lu Ping also had Linglong's wine cauldron in his hand. These things that were precious to others naturally didn't catch his eye. Under Chen Lian's surprised gaze, Lu Ping threw the jade pendant back to him and said, "You're right. This psychic jade pendant was originally not upgraded for me. In a few days, there might be a boy who will bring my jade pendant to you. At that time, you can give this jade pendant to him." Chen Lian said with a smile, "Oh, for it to be so important to you, could it be that you want to accept another disciple? But this jade pendant is just right for me." Lu Ping just nodded and didn't say anything. Instead, he handed a jade slip to Chen Lian and said, "Take a look at this first." Chen Lian took the jade slip doubtfully and checked its contents with his divine thoughts. After a while he frowned and said, "Why do you want to refine this thing?" Back then, there were many people who wanted to refine this thing, but no one succeeded. Lu Ping asked straightforwardly, "Can you forge it?" Chen Lian pondered for a moment and said, "The refinement process of the vast ocean bell has almost been figured out by the cultivators back then. Naturally, it can be refined. However, after the refinement, it still doesn't have the special killing effect of the real vast ocean bell against demonic cultivators. Lu Ping asked seriously, "Have you really studied the sea bell thoroughly?" "Of course." Under Lu Ping's gaze, Chen Lian put away his confident expression and said, "After all, besides Songhai Laozu and now Xiang Lu Laozu, no one has personally touched this treasure." Lu Ping snorted and said, "Even if they touch the real thing, they might not be able to refine it." Chen Lian's eyes lit up and said, "Did you find something?" Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "It's hard to say. Other than the kid who came to you with the jade token, there should be 3 more disciples coming to you. They will bring some spirit material ores with them. You can give them some rewards, and then refine the spirit material ores, and hand them over to me. Then we'll try to refine the spirit material ores together. What if we succeed?" Chen Lian was obviously not very interested in the sea bell. Maybe it was because he didn't think he could successfully refine it. But after hearing Lu Ping mention refining spiritual material raw ores, he suddenly remembered something and said, "Speaking of refining raw ores, it reminds me that you have an extremely brilliant purification technique. Coincidentally, all the spiritual materials needed to upgrade your landslide have been prepared. All you need is to upgrade the quality of the magic treasure and condense the spirit-nurturing magic treasure. This is my first time trying to condense the spirit-nurturing magic treasure. Your purification technique will be very useful in upgrading landslide to a spirit-nurturing magic treasure." Lu Ping smiled and said, "You are grabbing a strong man. I still have a mission from the sect." Chen Lian smiled and said, "Isn't it just the matter of Frost Island? The sky is dark and the earth is dark. So many Dharma idol Laozu are biding their time there. Can one more person like you turn the situation around and return victorious? My matter is much more important than you going to Frost Island." Lu Ping thought about it and agreed. If Chen Lian could successfully upgrade this time, he would be Jinling's second Grandmaster Artificer after Tianjiang Laozu. The significance of this wasn't any less than that of a Grandmaster Alchemist in the Pill Pavilion. The sect had no reason to stop him. 3 months later, a dull bang came from the artifact forging hall. The ground shook violently, and the entire artifact forging hall started to shake, as if the entire artifact forging hall was about to collapse. Many alchemists ran out of the artifact forging hall and saw Tianjiang Laozu standing at the door of an artifact forging room in the distance. Just when everyone was confused, the door of the artifact forging room suddenly opened. A haggard-looking Lu Ping and a dirty-looking Chen Lian walked out one after another. However, they didn't hide the joy in their eyes. Chapter 914. The reason why Chen Lian could become one of the top genius artifact refiners in Jinling's artifact forging hall was not only due to his extraordinary talent in artifact forging and his family's heritage. Another important reason was that, compared to other artifact refiners, Chen Lian had many more items to practice with. Back then, Lu Ping had discovered a zong or mine within the green sea snake's lair. Chen Lian had dug out the entire zong or mine and refined it into the spiritual material, zong or bit by bit. It was due to the several years of continuous refining that Chen Lian was able to lay down an extremely solid foundation in the path of artifact forging. After that, Chen Lian entered the artifact forging hall and was accepted as Sage Enigma Flame's disciple. By then, Lu Ping had already begun to manage Huangli Island. The cultivators who had returned from exploring overseas would bring various spiritual materials to Huangli Island to trade. There was no lack of high-quality items among them. Whenever Chen Lian needed those items, Lu Ping and Hu Lili would do everything in their power to obtain them for him. As the other artifact refiners were still hesitating about whether or not they should refine out a high-difficulty magic artifact, Chen Lian had already begun. As the other cultivators were regretting the loss of a great deal of spiritual materials due to a failure in the refinement of a magic treasure, Chen Lian had already destroyed 2 magic treasures. Additionally, he was in the process of refining a third. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the reason why Chen Lian's artifact forging skills could improve so quickly was partly due to his talent, and partly due to the sufficient supply of spiritual materials. Outside the artifact forging hall, when Tianjiang Laozu saw the 2 of them coming out, he quickly stepped forward and said, "Take it out." Let the old man have a look. Chunlian turned to look at Lu Ping. Seeing the anxious look on Tianjiang Laozu's face, Lu Ping hastily brought out Landslide. At that moment, the silvery jade-colored print appeared even more solemn and quaint. The pair of ancient characters engraved at the bottom of the print exuded an immeasurable weight. The entire print appeared seamless. From afar, it looked as though a primordial beast was glaring at them. Good. Tianjiang Laozu looked at the spirit-nurturing magic treasure and said good 3 times in a row. Then he turned to Chunlian and asked, "Did you really condense the seals on it yourself?" Chunlian was still a little reserved in front of his grand teacher, but Lu Ping wasn't so polite. He smiled and said, "Martial granduncle, even if you ask me to condense a treasure, I don't know how to do it myself." The Sky River Patriarch nodded at Chunlian and smiled. "Not bad, I have a successor." But when Sky River Ancestor returned Landslide to Lu Ping, he suddenly asked, "The purification technique used to upgrade this mystic treasure is yours, right?" Lu Ping was stunned for a moment, but he knew that the old ancestor's eyes were sharp. He smiled and said, "That's right, it's a purification technique I learned before, but I used it on alchemy. This purification technique is extremely brilliant." Tianjiang Laozu took out a storage pouch and the water-controlling flag. It's not easy to repair the water-controlling flag. The difficulty lies in the fact that the water-controlling flag was created with the intention of being a spirit treasure. Therefore, its materials are extremely rare and hard to find. But that's no longer a problem. The storage pouch contains the materials needed to repair it. The biggest problem is that there is a secret technique used in the refining process of the water control flag, which can make the composition of the spiritual materials extremely pure. With the current means of the old man, it is not impossible to make it, but it will take too much time and energy. Now that you have this set of purification secret technique in your hand, cooperate with him again to repair the water control flag. After that, he turned around and left. Lu Ping looked at his back and suddenly noticed that Tianjiang Patriarch seemed to have relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. However, the Patriarch seemed to have aged even more, and his back view looked unusually bleak. Seeing that the Tianjiang Patriarch had gone far away, Chunlian suddenly said, "The Tianjiang Patriarch once told me that he only had 2 wishes. The first was to refine a spirit treasure for the sect to pass on to the younger generation. The second was to nurture a weapon refining grandmaster to inherit the legacy of the weapon refining hall." Lu Ping laughed. Although Ancestor Tianjiang didn't personally refine a spirit treasure, both the mountain-splitting axe and the wood in Uncle Jiang Tianlin's hands were repaired and modified by Ancestor Tianjiang. This can be considered as fulfilling one of his long-cherished wishes. Now that you were able to condense the 7th restriction on the landslide, even though you borrowed my strength, you can barely be considered a master refiner. Ancestor Tianjiang's 2 wishes have been fulfilled. He should be happy for the rest of his life. Chunlian nodded, yet his expression didn't turn for the better in the slightest. Instead, he seemed to be even more serious as he said, "Do you know why Ancestor Tianjiang risked his life to repair the mountain-splitting axe and called me over to assist him?" Without waiting for Lu Ping to answer, Chunlian continued, "It's not only because of his obsession and his long-cherished wish for the path of refining, but also because his lifespan is running out." Looking at Lu Ping's shocked expression, Chunlian continued, "In fact, Grandmaster Ancestor didn't even need my help to repair the mountain-splitting axe. These few years, Grandmaster Ancestor only wanted to pass on his knowledge to me. He hoped that I could become a Grandmaster Artificer in his lifetime, so that when his lifespan comes to an end, there would be someone to inherit the Pavilion of Smithing's legacy and bring it to greater heights." Chunlian said apologetically, "Originally, I didn't have much confidence in making a spirit-nurturing treasure. I needed to slow down and accumulate some experience. However, I also wanted to become a master refiner as soon as possible, so that Ancestor Tianjiang can fulfill his long-cherished wish. That's why I had to use Landslide as a test subject." Lu Ping patted Chunlian's shoulder emotionally and said, "There's no need to be so polite between us. Now that Landslide has successfully condensed the 7th enchantment and upgraded it to a spirit-nurturing treasure. You are now a true grandmaster craftsman. Senior Marshal Uncle Tianjiang must be very happy. You should be happy. Chen Lian smiled bitterly. Lu Ping continued to ask, earlier, you said that Ancestor Tianjiang doesn't have much time left in his lifespan? Chen Lian nodded and said in a low voice, although Ancestor Tianjiang entered the sect late, and did not rank high among the first generation of practitioners, he matured slowly. Actually, his lifespan is second only to Ancestor Tian Xiang and Ancestor Tian Fan, among the 6 Laozu of the first generation. He has long passed the threshold of 800 years old. Ancestor Tian Xiang suffered many injuries in his early years, and has no hope of entering the mid-Dharma stage. I estimate his lifespan to be around 900 years old. Lu Ping nodded. Only now did he realize that although these younger disciples had their own achievements, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that they had always been under the protection of the first generation of practitioners. That was why they had been able to grow so fearlessly until now. But now, he suddenly realized that this layer of protection had actually been provided for them for a long time, to the point where it was on the verge of collapsing. At that moment, Lu Ping's mood became exceptionally heavy. He even seemed to be a little hesitant, not knowing what to do next. Tian Xiang, Tian Fan, and Tian Shui Laozu were still fine, but Tian Kong Laozu only had a few decades left in his lifespan. Tian Jiang Laozu probably had less than 100 years left. Although Tian Lu Laozu was slightly better off, he had probably passed the threshold of 700 years. Even if he could live 1,000 years, he would only have about 200 years left. Furthermore, although early Dharma adepts had a lifespan of 800 to 1,000 years, that 1,000 years was just an upper limit. Very few early Dharma adepts could actually reach this height. At this moment, Chen Lian pulled himself together and said, forget it, let's not talk about these heavy matters. Let's first see how to repair your water-controlling flag. This is the work of the Fei Ling sect's crafting grandmaster, Jiao Yuqiang. Even during the battle of the Fei Ling sect that year, Jiao Yuqiang used this water-controlling flag to defend himself against the combined attacks of 2 to 3 Dharma adepts. If I can repair it, I believe that my crafting skills will improve by leaps and bounds. Lu Ping laughed and said, don't you need to rest for a while? Upgrading Landslide has already put so much effort into both of us. Chen Lian waved his hand and said, I know a little about your level of cultivation. With just a few days, how could your inner yuan be depleted? Crafting weapons is not like making pills. You need to strike while the iron is hot. Lu Ping knew that Chen Lian was anxious, so he let him be. Fortunately, although the spiritual materials needed to repair the water-controlling flag were extremely rare, there were not many of them. The reason why it had not been repaired in the past few thousand years was because the crafting hall had never mastered an extremely advanced purification technique. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. The battle on Frost Island had gradually escalated. Bloody Mara and the Dharma adepts frequently clashed. Even the Jinling sect was gradually filled with a somber atmosphere due to the increasing number of casualties. At this moment, in Lu Ping's hand, there was a small triangular flag that was only the size of a palm. Layers of black light hung down from the small flag. The damage on the flag had already been repaired. Now the water-controlling flag was a true spiritual treasure. Chen Lian watched from the side as Lu Ping happily played with the water-controlling flag in his hand. He smiled and said, the crafting of this water-controlling flag is really exquisite. This time, repairing the water-controlling flag will be a great help to my crafting skills. Lu Ping suddenly waved his hand and put away the water-controlling flag. He said seriously, do you want to learn the spirit fire smelting purification technique? Chen Lian's eyes brightened, but then he smiled and said, this is your trump card, right? Are you really willing to teach me? Lu Ping chuckled and said, this spirit fire smelting purification technique was originally a smithing technique, but I combined it with other alchemy techniques to form a new purification technique. If you can help me forge the ocean bell, I will teach you this secret technique. Chen Lian said without thinking, it's a deal. But then Chen Lian said, You must have some other plans, right? Lu Ping chuckled and said, That's right. You still need to forge a sword for me. Sword? What sword? Chen Lian was confused. Based on his understanding of Lu Ping, this would not be an easy task. But if it was just a flying sword, why was he so serious? A sword that you can only forge after you enter the Dharma stage. Chapter 9:15. Frost Island was still in the hands of the human cultivators. Even though the human cultivators were divided into different camps on Frost Island, Mara had always firmly controlled Frost Island under his continuous attacks. When Lu Ping arrived at Frost Island from the teleportation formation, he felt as if he had returned to the time when Frost Island had just discovered a large spirit stone mine. Cultivators from various sects swarmed over, and the entire Frost Island looked desolate. After so many years of management by the sects of the North Sea, the entire Frost Island had been built with countless beautiful pavilions and towers. Everywhere was covered with ice that shone under the sunlight. But now, when Lu Ping looked around, the entire Frost Island seemed to have returned to the past. The only difference was that the ground was not covered with snow and ice, but ice shards. The ice palaces and ice towers that had been built over decades had all turned into ruins in this battle. Even though Frost Island had not been breached by Mara, the aftershocks of the continuous battles still affected the island. The power of the island's protective formation was all directed to the outside. Without the protection of the formation, the ice sculptures all collapsed in the aftershocks of the battle. Outside the island came the sky-shaking rumbling sounds of spells, divine arts, and artifacts clashing. Lu Ping's divine sense spread out in all directions, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It was said that although Frost Island had been holding its ground all this time, it was still unable to repel Mo Luo's attacks, and it even suffered heavy casualties. The main reason was because the sects on Frost Island were fighting on their own, and they never interacted with each other. It looked like they were absolutely right. At this time, battle cries shook the sky in the northwest direction. Even though there were aftershocks of battles coming from other directions, the intensity of the battles was not on the same level. Lu Ping stepped on a streak of light and arrived at the coast, where Jinling was stationed in a moment. He saw that Jinling had sent out 20 to 30 core forging cultivators. They were surrounded by the protective formation of the mother and child traction formation, and were attacking a dozen core forging Mara in the sky outside the island. On the surface of the sea, over 100 blood condensation disciples formed a dozen or so 3 talents 5 elemental Dao soldier formation, and fought against a few hundred blood condensation minions. From afar the battle looked intense. However, from Lu Ping's point of view, it seemed like Jinling was taking the opportunity to let his disciples practice the Dao soldier formation. Although both sides were still fighting to the death, it also seemed like a tacit understanding between Jinling and Mara's clan on the battlefield. Lu Ping didn't care too much. He jumped out of the island's protective array and rushed towards the dozens of core forging realm Big Mara in the sky outside the island's protective array. However, this time, Lu Ping was much more cautious. When his divine sense rushed out of Frost Island, he had already carefully checked the surrounding void. Other than the divine senses that Laozu were familiar with, the Dharma Plane Blood Mara really didn't appear nearby. Lu Ping's sudden appearance not only surprised the dozens of Big Mara in the sky above Frost Island, but also surprised the Jinling cultivators. However, when the Jinling cultivators saw that the person who appeared was Lu Ping, their original reproachful expression instantly turned into joy. Many of the Jinling cultivators, who were watching the battle on the island, even cheered. At the moment when Lu Ping appeared, 2 blue rainbows shot out from his body. The Autumn Water Sword and the Yi-Ren Sword respectively killed 2 Azuras that were equivalent to early core forging cultivators. The 2 Azuras tried to dodge, but the flying spiral chain kill was famous for its speed and difficulty in dodging. It was a famous ambush sword art in the cultivation world, not to mention that they were only Azuras that were equivalent to early and middle core forging cultivators. Of the 2 Azuras, one was beheaded and the other was cut in half. They roared as they fell towards the sea, but Wang Qi immediately followed up and pierced through their skulls. A black ball suddenly exploded next to Lu Ping. A puff of black mist appeared, and countless sounds began to explode in Lu Ping's ears. Then, like needles, they stabbed towards Lu Ping's divine sense. Lu Ping snorted coldly and suddenly turned around to shout at the black mist. "Zha!" The black mist immediately exploded and dissipated like a balloon that had been inflated too much. A mournful roar suddenly sounded in the sky, as if someone was suffering great pain. However, after this roar, not only did the Jinling core forging cultivators in the sky slow down, but even the Jinling Dao soldier formation that was fighting against Mara in the blood condensation realm above the sea was affected. Immediately, a few disciples were injured by Mara. A green light flashed in Lu Ping's eyes, and the two swords suddenly shot out 1,000 feet to the right. With a twist and a twist, the mournful roar stopped abruptly. Severed limbs and a cloud of blood mist scattered in the air 1,000 feet away, and a head with blood flowing out from all 7 orifices fell into the sea, creating a huge splash. At that moment, Azura suddenly appeared behind Lu Ping. With a sinister smile, it threw a huge machete at Lu Ping's back. Just as the machete was about to hit Lu Ping's back, the machete seemed to have sunk into layers of sponge. The force contained in the machete was being stripped away layer by layer. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Azura wanted to withdraw the machete and retreat. Unexpectedly, when it pulled back, it found that transparent threads had already wrapped around the machete. The Azura shook with all its might, trying to disintegrate the transparent threads on the surface of the machete. However, the speed at which the threads wrapped around the machete was much faster than the speed at which it disintegrated. At that moment, the Azura realized that the transparent threads were actually tiny water lines. The machete had already been wrapped so tightly that only an outline was left. The Azura's sneak attack happened in the blink of an eye. When Lu Ping turned around, the Azura was so shocked that it did not even have time to withdraw its accompanying machete. It rolled up a gust of wind and was about to retreat. However, Lu Ping suddenly reached out and clenched his fist. The water vapor around him quickly condensed into a huge palm, holding the gust of wind tightly in his hand. The Shura's terrified roar came from the palm. Water splashed out from the palm as the Shura struggled, but it could not break free from the palm's restraint. Lu Ping clenched his fist, and so did the giant water vapor hand. More and more Jinling disciples who came to watch the battle suddenly found that the giant water vapor hand seemed to have shrunk a little. Then the palm opened, and everyone saw that the wind Azura was covered in water droplets from the inside out. It fell straight down to the surface of the sea. In just a moment, the wind Azura, which was equivalent to a late-stage core forging cultivator, had become a corpse filled with water. The Jinling cultivators watching from below were dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, 4 large Mara Azuras were killed one after another. The Jinling cultivators watching the battle were filled with excitement, and the Jinling cultivators who participated in the battle were also greatly boosted. On the other hand, the group of Azuras were in chaos. Some continued to charge forward bravely, while others began to flee. The Jinling cultivators took the opportunity to attack and surround the Azuras. However, Lu Ping was hovering in the air and did not attack anymore. Instead, he watched as the cultivators of his sect began to chase and kill the fleeing Mara clan. The Jinling cultivators did not chase very far. Soon, snowflakes exploded in the sky, and the Jinling cultivators returned. Seeing this, Lu Ping also returned to Frost Island. At the same time, Lu Ping also noticed that the aftermath of the battle from the northwest of Frost Island seemed to have stopped. Either Mara had stopped attacking, or Xianling's sect, which was defending the northwest, had repelled Mara's attack. Without exchanging greetings with the many Jinling disciples, Tian Shui Laozu's voice was already roaring in Lu Ping's ears. "Brat, hurry up and get over here." Lu Ping cupped his hands apologetically to his fellow disciples and hurried towards the temporary palace. Although many of the ice sculptures on Frost Island had collapsed, the temporary palace was still the place where the Jinling Laozu rested. Naturally, it would not collapse from the aftermath of the battle. In the temporary palace, the 2 Laozu, Tian Fan and Tian Shui, took the first seats. Tian Fan Laozu had been operating in the East Sea for more than 20 years. After the crisis on Frost Island, Jiang Tianlin Laozu went to Jingzhi Island to replace him. Tian Fan Laozu and Tian Shui Laozu were gathered on Frost Island. This was equivalent to a Dharma adept, and it could be seen how much importance Jinling placed on Frost Island. Under the two Laozu were Gui Tianshan Laozu, Chu Xuanqing Laozu, and Yuan Xianshu Laozu. Jinling had unknowingly set up 5 Dharma adepts on Frost Island. Lu Ping was greatly shocked. He did not know why Jinling would set up such a force in such a secretive manner, but it had never appeared on Frost Island before. Could it be that they had really come for the Spirit Stone mine on Frost Island? Or perhaps the disaster of Mara this time had really reached such a serious stage. Below them were Spiritual Master Xian Shen and Spiritual Master Xian Sr. Do you know how much blood Mara was paying attention to you at that time? Tian Shui Laozu's face was as cold as frost. When he saw Lu Ping enter the palace, he immediately yelled harshly. Lu Ping knew that his appearance just now had almost ruined something. In reality, he had already realized something after killing 4 Mara in a row. That was why he did not participate in the encirclement against Mara. He hurriedly smiled and said, "This disciple greets Laozu and senior ants." Seeing that no one paid attention to him, he smiled and said, "This disciple had just arrived here and saw that my sect's disciples were fighting against Mara. That was why I lent a helping hand. I did not think that I would attract 3 blood Mara Laozu to watch from the shadows. I am ashamed." At this time, Tian Fan Laozu opened his eyes and said, "There is also a Jade Azura." When Lu Ping heard this, he was shocked and said, "Even a Jade Azura appeared?" Then he thought of something and looked at the 5 Laozu. He suddenly said, "No wonder 5 Laozu came all at once." Even Senior Ant Master Tianfan rushed back from the East Sea. Tianfan Laozu smiled and shook his head saying, "5? It's 6. When Lu Ping heard this, he was stunned. Before he could carefully ponder what Tianfan Laozu meant, he heard Tian Shui Laozu say coldly, "Even now, you still think that you are a core forging disciple? 3rd generation minor repairs? You are looking down on yourself too much." Lu Ping didn't say anything. At this time he could only listen and learn. Otherwise, the furious Tian Shui Laozu would think of other ways to punish Lu Ping. Back then, Jiang Tianlin Laozu and Lu Tianling Laozu had suffered a lot in her hands. Only Tian Qin Laozu was favored by her. Lu Ping knew that he didn't have Tian Qin Laozu's ability. At this time, Gui Tianshan Laozu suddenly said, "Junior nephew Lu has just arrived at Frost Island. Perhaps you don't know the situation yet, so it's hard to avoid mistakes. Although we have exposed a lot of our strength, at least we have forced out a Jade Azura. It can be said that there are gains and losses." Among Jinling's 2nd generation disciples, other than Tian Qin Laozu, only Tianshan Laozu, this kind and honest person, had not been trained by Tian Shui Laozu. Tian Shui Laozu still gave him some face, and didn't give Lu Ping a hard time. Chapter 916. In the world of practitioners, Mara, who was equivalent to the blood condensation stage, was called Little Mara, while those in the core forging stage were naturally called Big Mara. As for those in the Dharma Mara, there were some changes. Due to the existence of spiritual treasures, they were classified more carefully. When Mara had just become a blood Mara, his cultivation level was equivalent to that of an early Dharma adept. However, because Mara usually had spiritual treasures accompanying him, almost every Mara's strength was above that of an early Dharma adept. Normally, only mid-Dharma adepts would be able to deal with them. However, after Mara had become a blood Azura, there was still a way for him to improve. Above Mara, there was still the Jade Mara. This kind of cultivation level was equivalent to that of a mid-Dharma adept, but its strength was close to that of a late Dharma adept. Perhaps only Tian Shui Laozu and Tianfan Laozu together could deal with it. And above the Jade Mara, there was another kind of Mara. This kind of Mara was something that even great adepts would have to avoid. This kind of Mara was someone who dared to fight against the pure Yang Laozu. After Tian Shui Laozu heard Tianfan Laozu's words, she just glared at Lu Ping. The two did not speak. However, some things had to be made clear, so Tianfan Laozu spoke at this time. "Times are different now. Your identity has changed since you defeated Tian Shu, and killed the Golden Jiao Island Lord's spiritual companion. You are no longer the water sword deity, but more importantly, you are an expert who is no weaker than the Dharma adept Laozu. You are someone who can control the fate of the sect. Your every word and action can even be used to represent the whole of Xinling. Lu Ping was dumbfounded by Tianfan Laozu's words. He could not be bothered to admire Tian Shu Laozu's embarrassed and angry expression. He said, "Granduncle Master, your disciple does not dare to accept your words." Chu Tianqing Laozu, who was standing at the side, started laughing. Tian Shui Laozu glared at him fiercely. Chu Tianqing Laozu immediately put on a straight face and said, "This is not a question of whether you are qualified or not. It is a fact that others will see it this way. Although you are not a Dharma adept, you have the strength of a Dharma adept. Naturally, others will see you as the 14th Dharma adept of our sect." Chu Tianqing Laozu paused for a while, as if recalling the incident where he avoided the battle and went to the Central Plains. His tone softened and he said, "Anyway, it is the same for the Shura. With your strength participating in the battle just now, in Mara's eyes, it is us humans who broke the rules first. If their blood demons, or even the Jade Shura, were to attack our low-level cultivators, what would happen then?" It was not that Lu Ping did not realize the problem that Chu Tianqing Laozu mentioned. In fact, it was precisely because he realized it that he purposely used his own cultivation as a cover to make Mara suffer a loss. However, he did not expect that Mara was also a spirit of the world and a bloodthirsty demon who was not afraid of death. Previously, it was only due to the fact that both sides were of equal strength and had a tacit understanding during the battle. If Lu Ping really acted presumptuously, these blood demons would naturally not be stingy with their attacks. At that time, the ones who would suffer a loss would most likely be Lu Ping himself and many low-level cultivators who were Xinling. The Battle of Frost Island became more and more tragic as the stalemate between Mara and the human race became more and more intense. However, because all the sects in the North Sea were sweeping away the snow in front of their door, the human cultivators were unable to accumulate enough strength to fight against Mara. This allowed Mara to choose a place outside of Frost Island to concentrate his advantage and attack at will. The sects that were attacked by Mara were in danger and suffered heavy casualties. At the beginning of the Battle of Frost Island, because Xinling occupied the largest area on Frost Island, the area it defended was naturally also the largest. Therefore, it faced the most sneak attacks from Mara. However, after more than 100 years of accumulation, the second-generation disciples of Xinling were in their prime. The third-generation disciples were already catching up, and even the fourth-generation disciples were beginning to show their talents. The strength of the sect was already something that the other sects in the North Sea could not hope to match. Therefore, Xinling gathered a total of about 100 core forging cultivators on Frost Island in one go. This was almost a third of the total number of core forging cultivators in Xinling. Among these hundreds of core forging cultivators, the second-generation disciples were the elites. Most of them were in the middle and late stages of core forging. The third-generation disciples were the main force. Most of them were in the middle and early stages of core forging. There were also some powerful disciples like Du Feng, Zhang Xianbei, and spiritual master Xuanyu, who had entered the late stage of core forging. As for the fourth-generation disciples, they had just matured and were mostly in the first and second levels of core forging. With such a powerful group of cultivators, the 3 talents 5 elements Dao soldier formation, formed by almost 1,000 blood condensation disciples, and the support of the nearby Jade Sword sect, Chongming sect and Water Mist Pavilion, Xinling was able to give Mara a powerful counterattack every time he was attacked. As time went by, these Mara gradually realized that there were a few areas on Frost Island that were quite strong. Every time Mara attacked Frost Island, he would suffer heavy casualties. Based on their instincts, these evil Luos had consciously avoided the few areas where the Xunling sect was the strongest when they attacked the Huangli Island's Grand Formation. Therefore, in the end, even though Xunling sect's area of defense was the largest, they had suffered the least losses. After Mara chose a place to attack Huangli Island, he would often carry out feint attacks in other areas. This was to prevent the cultivators in these areas from reinforcing the main area. The sect that was attacked would be more than happy to use this excuse to preserve their strength. Or, like Jinling today, they would seize the time to practice their sect's Dao soldier formation and increase their disciples' combat experience. Helplessly, Lu Ping had no choice but to retract his sharpness and observe the battle between his disciples and Mo Luo with a lofty attitude. He even watched silently as his disciples died in battle, unable to save them in time. Ants, those below the Dharma stage, were ants. This was also why, although the cultivation world divided the various forces into different levels, the minimum qualification was a Dharma stage cultivator, Laozu. If there was no Dharma stage cultivator, even if a force had tens or hundreds of core forging stage cultivators, in the eyes of the cultivation world, it would still be considered a weak force. It was not worthy of being called a noble. What a Dharma stage cultivator could represent was a kind of inheritance. Fortunately, there was still Lu Ping's eldest disciple on Frost Island, who was constantly fighting outside. Wang Qi's sword skills had improved by leaps and bounds after advancing to the core forging stage. With Lu Ping's guidance, Wang Qi's improvement was even more solid and reliable. After a long time, Lu Ping realized that Jinling had never used his full strength during Mara's previous attacks. Even during the early stages of Mara's attack on Frost Island, even though Jinling had been in an extremely passive position, the Jinling disciples on Frost Island still used the tactic of taking turns to defend against Mara's attacks. They had never thought of defeating Mara in one go. Ever since he was reprimanded by Tian Fan and Tian Shui, Lu Ping wandered around the Frost Island controlled by Jinling, as if he had nothing to do. However, this also made many of Jinling's fourth-generation disciples very excited. Every day, other than Wang Qi coming to learn sword skills and cultivation, there were also many disciples who came because of Lu Ping's reputation. Lu Ping did not reject any of them, and gave them advice one by one. In the end, after every battle, Lu Ping even started to comment on the process of the battle from the ice platform. Not only did many fourth-generation disciples come to listen, even the third-generation disciples would lower their statuses and come to listen. There were even many disciples from other sects who came because of Lu Ping's reputation. After all, what Lu Ping was talking about were things that could save one's life. They were real combat experiences, and not just empty words. His cultivation base, his position, and everything he had seen and heard meant that he was destined to have insights that far surpassed the others. He was able to make incisive analyses. No one would refuse to live with their own life. This process was also a kind of accumulation of knowledge for Lu Ping. The two great arts that he relied on to cultivate, whether it was 100 rivers flow into the sea or Blue Sea's mulberry fields, both were a way to gather tens of thousands of arts. Whether it was 10,000 arts returned to one or 10,000 swords returned to origin, they all needed a cultivator's accumulation, and this accumulation came from the present. Amidst the purple mist, the two huge talismans shone brightly. The talismans that had already been formed a long time ago were filled with many more runes, filling up the two talismans even more. It was only at this time that Lu Ping realized that these two most important art talismans were like a framework that had already been built, or a skeleton that had already been erected. They were far from being completed, and there were still countless flesh and blood that needed to be filled in, just like the runes that were continuously being formed. Only after crossing the pass would one know that the pass was not the end. The strange dragon in the Golden Dan had been entrenched in Lu Ping's unbelievably huge 9-vein golden Dan ever since it was formed, motionless as if it was waiting for the moment to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. However, just as the two runes that revolved around the Golden Dan began to grow more and more plentiful, the giant dragon suddenly seemed to have turned into a taotai that was looking for delicious food, but could not obtain it. The huge body that was originally entrenched began to wander around the Golden Dan, as if it was looking for a loophole in the Golden Dan, so that it could break this cage and rush out from inside. However, how could this 9th-grade Golden Dan be so easily broken? After the giant dragon searched up and down without any results, it really became furious, especially the two magic talismans. The runes inside grew thicker and thicker, like two ripe fruits that were getting closer and closer to the golden Dan. The attraction towards the strange dragon that was imprisoned in the golden Dan was also getting stronger and stronger. The delicious food was right in front of it, but it could not be obtained. The increasingly irritable giant dragon finally could not contain its soaring anger and fiercely slammed into the golden cage. Boom! Lu Ping, who was talking incessantly on the ice stage, was suddenly startled. Then, under the puzzled gazes of many cultivators below the stage, he smiled and said, "That's all for today. Everyone please disperse." After saying that, he directly closed his eyes and did not speak another word. At the same time, all the Laozu on Frost Island felt alarmed. Every one of them seemed to have heard the roar that came from the depths of their divine thoughts, but also from the Dharma figure. At this moment, every Laozu put down what they were doing and extended their gazes and divine thoughts in the direction of Lu Ping. The sound of the golden Dan was a sign of attaining the Dharma figure. They just didn't know who this person was and what grade of the golden Dan was. Chapter 917. The sound of the golden core drum was a phenomenon that could only occur for practitioners who had reached the 7th grade golden core stage and above before they entered the Dharma stage. The appearance of this phenomenon often indicated the vitality of the Dharma power that was being nurtured in the golden core. Practitioners at the peak of the core forging stage, who could produce the sound of the golden core drum, had a much higher chance of reaching the Dharma stage than those who had never produced the sound of the golden core drum. Lu Ping's divine will appeared in the core space, and he quickly discovered the changes in the golden core purple aura. The two full spells seemed to be deliberately luring the strange dragon, circling around the golden core, and constantly provoking the anger of the strange dragon that had been imprisoned by the golden core. And at the edge of the golden core purple aura, the few spells that Lu Ping had condensed seemed to have been pushed to the edge again, as if they had been pushed to the edge by the churning purple aura when the strange dragon had first collided with the barrier of the golden core. At this moment, Lu Ping's divine will sensed something again. From a direction that he had not passed through, there were several divine wills that were rushing towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping snorted coldly, and a huge wave of divine will surged out. Very quickly, he set up a huge divine will barrier around himself, covering Lu Ping completely to prevent himself from being disturbed. It seemed that because of the sound of the golden core drum, although these divine wills had sensed that they had already entered the area where Jinling was, a core forging stage practitioner would not attract too much attention. One of the divine wills, which was obviously an early Dharma adept, unscrupulously crashed into the divine will barrier that Lu Ping had set up. Then, all the divine wills that were trying to penetrate the divine will barrier to find out the identity of the golden core drum cultivator stopped. This was because the scene in front of them made the divine wills of many Dharma adepts shudder. Jinling's rise was too fast, so fast that all the sects in the North Sea were caught unprepared. Now, another Jinling's peak core forging stage cultivator was showing signs of a golden core drumming. This was the final sign of attaining the Dharma stage. How could this not make Laozu, the Dharma adepts of the various sects, jealous? Therefore, after realizing that the golden core drum sound cultivator came from Jinling, many Dharma idol Laozu tried to disturb the Jinling cultivator through their spiritual sense with hostility. At the very least, they could not let the cultivator smoothly accept the benefits brought by the golden core drum sound. However, this rash early Dharma adept had no idea that he had kicked an iron plate with his foot. When this Dharma adept crashed into Lu Ping's divine will barrier, it was as if he had suddenly plunged into a whirlpool of water. Countless swirling currents instantly caused his divine will to lose all ability to detect anything. However, this Dharma adept's divine will was also very condensed. Very quickly, in this extremely uncomfortable atmosphere, he detected a golden light hidden in the whirlpool of divine will. The Dharma adept was overjoyed. Suppressing the nauseating feeling of dizziness, he crashed into the golden light. However, immediately after that, an extremely tragic howl came from the divine will, scaring all the other divine wills into silence and waiting to see what would happen next. the divine will finally struggled out of the golden light. The few divine wills nearby were instantly shocked. This divine will looked like it had obviously been torn off by someone, and it looked extremely weak. The divine will was filled with hatred, but more than that, it was filled with fear. Seeing this divine will retreat in a panic, the few divine wills nearby hesitated for a moment. However, very quickly, an existence that was obviously stronger than the others had already crashed into Lu Ping once again, amid Dharma adept. However, this was different from the previous divine will that had deliberately tried to destroy Lu Ping's purpose of training. When this divine will crashed into Lu Ping, it conveyed a desire to spar. However, it did not wait for Lu Ping's reply before it had already entangled with Lu Ping's divine will. Lu Ping thought for a moment, and put away the meteoric poison power shield that he had refined as he pleased. Instead, he took out another item from his storage instrument and prepared to give this person a vicious blow. However, when he thought about how this item had once fiercely offended the Songhai sects Dongji and Dongyi Laozu at the Phantom City auction, and how it could be restored after being corroded by the meteoric poison power shield, this item was far too vicious. Furthermore, it was entangled with a large family in the Central Plains. In the end, Lu Ping finally took it back. Forget it, I'll just fight with you for a while. I'm not necessarily afraid of you. Lu Ping's divine will instantly turned into a deep pool, and the divine will that was challenging him jumped into the pool without hesitation. Both sides were instantly entangled. Although Lu Ping was at a disadvantage in the beginning, he soon managed to fend off the onslaught and slowly rebuilt his defense. Although he defended more than he attacked, every time he launched an attack, he had no choice but to force the enemy to withdraw their defenses. Both sides actually entered a stalemate in an instant. At this point, even if Lu Ping still did not reveal his identity, the divine wills of the Dharma adepts wandering in the void would definitely know. In the entire Zhenling sect, only Lu Xianping would be able to pull off something like this. However, these divine wills did not retreat, especially when they saw that Lu Ping was actually able to fight evenly with Haihun Laozu of the Hai Yin sect. This surprised many Laozu, and made them look forward to the final result. In the Ice Palace, Tian Shui Laozu's face was full of anger. She said, "This is really outrageous." That Wang Xiqing did not know the inside story, and was secretly taken advantage of by Lu Ping. He deserves it. This might be the Songhai sect's intention. Looks like after the matter of Frost Island is over, we really have to teach the Songhai sect a lesson. But where did Haihun get the guts to do this? Does he think I don't exist? How dare he treat our sect's disciple like this? Tiancheng Laozu said anxiously. Then what should we do? Are we going to let Haihun Laozu tangle with martial nephew Lu like this? It seems that although martial nephew Lu has a tight defense, Haihun Laozu is also a cultivator of the same generation as the two martial uncles. As time goes on, martial nephew Lu will inevitably be at a disadvantage. Tian Fan Laozu shook his head and said, "The Hai Yin sect doesn't have the guts to hurt our sect's disciple. This is the other sects testing our strength. It is also an unintentional, but spontaneous special alliance to contain our sect. The purpose is to see how much strength our sect has hidden on Frost Island. To be more precise, they are coming for me." Before Tiancheng Laozu could say anything, Tian Fan Laozu had already ordered. "Junior sister, you, martial nephew Tian Shan, and Tian Shu should show our sect's attitude first. If other sects continue to test us, junior brother Tian Cheng can just rush up and fight. Just make the situation chaotic." Hearing that, Patriarch Heavenly Snow and Patriarch Tian Shan and Patriarch Tian Shu nodded. Closing their eyes, they sat down cross-legged within the Ice Palace, not saying anything else. A powerful divine sense surged out from the Ice Palace, causing a whistling sound to ring through the world. Tian Cheng Laozu looked at Tian Fan Laozu with a puzzled look and said, "Martial uncle, when I go out and fight, if I cause a divine sense battle, what should we do?" The fan in Tian Fan Laozu's hand opened with a swoosh sound, and the air in the entire Ice Palace seemed to start moving. He said, "Then we might have to teach these people a lesson." The battle between Lu Ping and Haihun Laozu had definitely shocked all the Dharma adepts watching. including the few Dharma adepts from Jinling's own family. It was true that Lu Ping's strength was comparable to an early Dharma adept, but when they saw that Lu Ping's divine sense could even compete with a mid-Dharma adept, Lu Ping's behavior of challenging the limits of the Dharma adepts of the North Sea was enough to make many Dharma adepts have dark thoughts. Two Dharma adepts' divine senses rushed out from the spectating divine senses, actually trying to attack Lu Ping together with Haihun Laozu. Just as the two divine senses were about to clash with Lu Ping's and Haihun Laozu's divine senses, three divine senses pressed down on the battlefield. It was true that Tian Shui and Tian Shu Laozu were not the only ones in Jinling. Gua Tianshan had actually arrived at some point in time. A few of the divine senses saw the aggressive Jinling adepts and quickly retreated. However, many divine senses were still patrolling the area. The two divine senses that suddenly interfered were initially aiming to heavily injure Lu Ping. However, when they sensed the arrival of Tian Shui Laozu, Tian Shan, and Tian Shu Laozu, it was obvious that they had the intention to retreat. In reality, when these two divine senses interfered in the battle between Lu Ping and Haihun Laozu already had the intention to retreat. However, because the battle of divine senses was not ordinary, it was not something that could be achieved in a short period of time. Otherwise, he would have to give up part of his divine senses when he retreated. And these two divine senses obviously did not want Haihun Laozu to retreat just like that. Hence, in an instant, the situation of 3 against 1 really began to play out in front of Tian Shui Laozu and the other two. Tian Shui Laozu's divine sense was immediately displayed by many cultivators' divine senses. Everyone could imagine how furious Tian Shui Laozu was right now. However, the three of them did not dare to participate in the battle of divine senses between Lu Ping and Haihun Laozu. The entanglement of divine senses was actually far more dangerous than a battle of techniques. If Tian Shui Laozu and the others were to hastily join in, not only would they lose the deterrence of Laozu's divine senses, it would also cause Lu Ping to face an even more dangerous situation. Of course, more importantly, because of the three of them joining in, it caused Lu Ping's divine sense to be on the brink of collapse. However, now, even though Lu Ping appeared to be on the brink of collapse, he was like an unkillable cockroach, lingering on the brink of collapse without falling. On the contrary, including Haihun Laozu, the three divine senses were getting more and more fearful. Only when they personally fought with Lu Ping's divine sense did they realize the tenacity and condensation hidden within Lu Ping's divine sense. This kind of divine sense was able to increase so quickly, yet it did not affect his cultivation at all. Just thinking about it, the three of them felt that it was inconceivable. Haihun Laozu's divine sense finally broke free from the entanglement between the four of them. He did not even bid farewell to Tian Shui Laozu and the others' divine senses before hurriedly retreating. Fortunately, although Haihun Laozu's battle with Lu Ping was domineering, he did not lose the demeanor of an elder. Moreover, when the two divine senses attacked, he also maintained sufficient vigilance and did not take the opportunity to hit them when they were down. Therefore, although Tian Shui Laozu was extremely angry, she did not stop Haihun Laozu's divine sense from leaving. Without Haihun Laozu's entanglement, the two early Dharma adepts' divine senses that were fighting with Lu Ping's divine sense were instantly thrown into chaos. They wanted to retreat, but they were afraid that Tian Shui Laozu and the others would intercept them midway. Thus, they could only brace themselves and continue to fight with Lu Ping. At this moment, the news of an enemy attack suddenly came from Frost Island. The entire Frost Island was immediately put on lockdown, and all the Dharma adepts' divine senses began to withdraw. Lu Ping ultimately still considered the bigger picture and did not make things difficult for the two of them. Gradually, he began to take a defensive stance. The two divine senses immediately felt as if they had been pardoned and quickly retreated back to their respective areas. As for Tian Shui Laozu, although she was extremely unwilling, she was after all the first-generation Dharma adept of the North Sea, Laozu. She understood the importance of the matter and did not purposely make things difficult for them. However, just as the two divine senses were secretly delighted, and were about to retreat, a scorching hot divine sense suddenly attacked with unparalleled anger. The scorching pain instantly burned a part of the two Laozu's divine senses into ashes. On the other side of Frost Island, dozens of miles away, two miserable cries came one after another. Lu Ping kept the small banner in his hand. His pale face showed that Lu Ping was currently in a very bad state. However, when he opened his eyes, a flash of joy flashed in his eyes, but it was hard to tell what he was thinking. At this moment, Lu Ping had already sensed that the divine senses of Tian Shui Laozu and the others had already left. Lu Ping's heart suddenly jumped. Only then did he realize that this time, Mara's attack was no small matter. Otherwise, it would not have attracted the attention of all the Dharma adepts at once. Could it be that this time, it would be another all-out attack by the Mara clan? Lu Ping hurriedly stood up. However, the dizziness in his head caused Lu Ping to almost fall down again. With great difficulty, he used the inner yuan in his body to stabilize his staggering body. Within the golden elixir, the dispirited strange dragon opened its huge mouth and sucked in fiercely. The Danxia purple qi in the core space quickly circulated and gathered towards the golden elixir. Then, it seeped into the golden elixir, as if it was swallowed by the strange dragon. With the nourishment and recovery of the inner yuan, although Lu Ping's divine sense was unable to completely recover in a short period of time, at least his pale face had a tinge of red. He was able to control his inner yuan and use flying techniques. After entering the ice palace, only then did Lu Ping realize that the few Laozus seemed to have disappeared. Lu Ping also knew that every time Jinling and Mara fought, one or more of the few Laozus would be hidden at the side. One reason was to secretly protect their own disciples, and the other was to monitor Mara's side. However, the auras of the few Laozus in the ice palace had already disappeared. Obviously, they had all arrived near the coast of Frost Island. This also meant that this time, Mara's momentum was fierce. He was probably going to launch an all-out attack on the entire Frost Island, and the situation was extremely bad. At this time, Lu Ping couldn't care too much about this. Without the support of abundant soul power, Lu Ping could only use half of his strength. Randomly finding a secret room, Lu Ping lit a piece of soul-calming incense that hadn't completely burned out. Then, he stuffed a soul-returning pill, made from the soul-devouring crystal of a great devil cultivator, into his mouth. A small banner slowly rose from behind Lu Ping, and a strange ripple immediately started reverberating in the secret room. Chapter 9:18. Guotianshan Laozu looked worriedly at Mara's army that had almost completely covered the sea in front of them. Tian Shu Laozu suddenly appeared beside Guotianshan and said, "Junior brother Gua, did you find out how many blood Mara are hiding among them?" Guotianshan Laozu's expression was rather ugly as he said, "I only found traces of an ice shura. But senior brother, did you notice that the number of demonic cultivators in Mara's army is much lower than before?" Tian Shu Laozu looked at the approaching Mara's army and could not help but look ugly as well. He said, "If that's the case, could it be that Mara is also plotting something? But I did find traces of a wood elemental blood shura just now. That's quite rare." Guotianshan Laozu's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He said, "Could it be that one of the shura's lairs is on an island covered with forests? To be able to raise a wood elemental shura to the Dharma plane, the island where the lairs are located must be very large." A wave of heat swept past. Guotianshan Laozu and Tian Shu Laozu looked behind them. Tiancheng Laozu just happened to appear in front of them and said, "2 water, 1 wind, 1 wood, for blood shuras. Other than that, there's also a hidden blood demon. It's a setup to counter the strength of our sect that was exposed on Frost Island. This Mara has become a fucking demon." Although Ancestor Tiancheng practiced a cultivation method of the fire property, he had learned a secret skill after he was ambushed by the demon clan and almost lost his life. This kind of detection secret skill was very effective in cracking the divine sense of concealment of practitioners at the same level. Although the All-Devil clan was also proficient in the secret skill of concealment, Ancestor Tiancheng was still very sure that he could detect the traces of their activities. Tian Shu Laozu was a meticulous person. He carefully pondered the results of Tian Cheng Laozu's investigation and said, I'm afraid it's not that simple. These blood Mara are only targeting the three of us, Senior Aunt Tian Shui and Junior Nephew Lu. Senior Aunt Tian Shui can handle 2 blood Mara each, and we can handle 1 each. However, there are 2 problems. Tian Cheng Laozu did not understand immediately and said, What problems? Tian Shu Laozu sighed and said, The first problem is that in a one-on-one situation, the few of us will not be able to handle a blood Mara, who has a primordial spiritual treasure. Tian Shu Laozu paused and said, At least the old man will not be a match for any blood Mara. Tian Cheng Laozu's face turned a little ugly. It was not because of Tian Shu Laozu, but because even though he was stronger than Tian Shu Laozu, he might not be a match for a blood demon or a blood Shura. Gua Tianshan Laozu thought for a while and said, With junior sister Xuanchen's guiding formation, it's not impossible. The old man thinks he can handle a blood Shura. Gua Tianshan Laozu's own strength was not bad, and he had also practiced an earth-based technique that was good at defense. If he only defended and did not attack, even a mid-Dharma adept might not be able to break through his defense. As for junior nephew Lu, this kid has too many tricks up his sleeves. We don't have to worry about him. The old man has more confidence in him than he does in himself. Tian Cheng Laozu snorted twice and said in an annoyed tone, It's just that junior nephew Lu will need some time to recover from the chaotic battle of wills just now. Tian Shu Laozu was still a little worried. Gua Tianshan Laozu said, Let's wait for him for a while. Junior nephew Lu is not someone who does not see the big picture. Moreover, blood Mara will not fight immediately, so we can drag it out. Tian Cheng Laozu said nonchalantly, Senior Uncle Tian Fan has not been exposed yet. Once Senior Uncle Tian Fan and the Wind and Snow Immortals work together, they can even handle a Jade Shura. Tian Shu Laozu said helplessly, This is the second thing I wanted to talk about. That day, Senior Uncle Tian Fan found a Jade Shura. Once it appears, no one on Frost Island other than Master and Senior Uncle Tian Shui will be able to stop it. Once the 2 of them work together to fight the Jade Shura, we will not be able to stop the blood Mara, even with the power of the formation. Tian Shu Laozu's words stunned Tianshan and Tian Cheng Laozu for a moment. They had really forgotten about these things. Tian Cheng Laozu's expression did not look good either. He said, Then what should we do? Ask for help from the sect, or warn the other sects? Maybe this time. It's just that the number of Mara stationed here is a little more, and the other sects do not have this much pressure. Tianshan Laozu signaled Tian Cheng Laozu to stay calm, but he still said, This time, if we want to defend Frost Island, we must ask for reinforcements from other sections. Don't forget me, when Haihun Laozu and junior nephew Lu were fighting, there were 2 Dharma adepts from the Central Plains who were injured by junior brother Tiancheng. Their strength will definitely decrease. But don't worry, Senior Uncle Tian Fan and Senior Uncle Tian Shui must have noticed the abnormality, and they probably have a plan to deal with it. Only now did Tian Cheng Laozu and Tian Shu Laozu realize that Tian Fan and Tian Shui Laozu had not appeared since the beginning. In the secret room, Lu Ping suddenly opened his eyes. The space in front of him rippled, and a palm-sized hole appeared in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping reached his palm into the hole and took out a jade scroll. The hole in the space instantly distorted after being stirred by Lu Ping. Then, it disappeared completely, leaving only ripples in the space that spread in all directions. Lu Ping's divine consciousness swept through the jade scroll, and his eyebrows furrowed tightly. After thinking for a while, Lu Ping took out a sound transmission sword and said something into it. Then, the sound transmission sword flew out of the secret room. Lu Ping thought for a while and waved his hand. The artifact spirit Ruyu walked out of the space door of the Golden House and bowed to Lu Ping. Ruyu greets Master. Lu Ping asked, Ruyu, this is the Frost Island in the north of the North Sea. Can you sense anything here? Ruyu shook her head and said, Master, Ruyu did not find any trace of the ship. However, Ruyu has an impression of this Frost Island. Unfortunately, time has passed. In order to preserve my spirituality, Ruyu had to give up this memory. Lu Ping's eyes immediately brightened. Although Ruyu did not find any trace of the ship, she clearly showed a sense of familiarity with the Frost Island. This made Lu Ping believe that the ship of Fei Ling's sect must have passed by the sea near the Frost Island. The sea where the Frost Island was located was in the north of the North Sea, and Fei Ling Mountain was to the south and east of the Frost Island. Then, the sea where the ship disappeared was most likely deep in the southern part of the Frost Island. Lu Ping had a rough idea of what to do. He said again, "Fine, call Little Hai and Degui out first." Wang Qi and a group of Zhenling core forging cultivators were nervously looking at the Mara group coming over from the sea. The power that the Mara family had displayed in front of Zhenling caused the entire Zhenling core forging cultivators to feel an oppressive atmosphere. At this time, a sound transmission sword suddenly cut through the air. Wang Qi felt the scabbard on his waist that was specially used to receive sound transmission swords vibrate. He raised his hand, and the sword immediately fell into his hand. Wang Qi scanned with his divine sense, and hurriedly turned to a middle-stage core forging cultivator, who was obviously a third-generation disciple. He said, "Martial Uncle Xian Liang, teacher has sent a message for this disciple to go over. Please allow me." Who was Wang Qi's teacher? Even though Taoist Master Xian Liang did not want Wang Qi to leave, his team of 8 core forging cultivators could form a complete small 3 talents 5 elements Tao soldier formation. With Taoist Master Xian Liang's cultivation at the 4th level of core forging, he could use this Tao soldier formation to fight against a late stage or even peak core forging cultivator with the strength of 7 early stage core forging cultivators. Although Wang Qi's cultivation was not the highest among the 8, his strength was not weak. Normal 3rd level core forging cultivators would have to retreat in front of Wang Qi's sharp sword skills. Even Taoist Master Xian Liang felt his heart palpitate when facing Wang Qi's sword skills. Once Wang Qi left, the Tao soldier formation could still be used, but its power would be greatly reduced. However, Taoist Master Xian Liang did not have the guts to not let Wang Qi go. Although Taoist Master Xian Liang was also a 3rd-generation disciple and had some fame among them, he was promoted to an inner disciple at the same time as Chen Lian. However, Taoist Master Xian Liang's status was far lower than Chen Lian's. Moreover, Chen Lian was now a weapon-forging grandmaster, which was no weaker than a Dharma adept. As for Lu Ping's status, it was even lower. Taoist Master Xian Liang said helplessly, "Mara is approaching the warning zone. He will be fighting soon. Go and come back quickly." As soon as Wang Qi left, one of the cultivators in Taoist Master Xian Liang's team said angrily, "What's so great about him? He just has a good teacher." Another cultivator laughed coldly, "So what if he has a good teacher? At least he can save his disciple at this critical moment. Can your teachers do that?" Another cultivator said, "Xian Gang Xian Tai, don't talk nonsense." The cultivator called Xian Tai retorted, "How is this nonsense?" Taoist Master Xian Liang called his eldest disciple away at this critical moment to avoid the upcoming battle. Taoist Xian Liang knew that Xian Gang and Xian Tai were the disciples of Grand Ancestor Tian Shu. Almost everyone in Zhenling sect knew that Grand Ancestor Tian Shu and Grand Ancestor Tian Ling didn't get along. So, it was not surprising that Xian Gang and Xian Tai didn't have a good impression of Wang Qi, who came from Chonghua Manor. Although Taoist Master Xian Liang was unhappy that Lu Xianping called Wang Qi away, he did not want the 2 brothers to talk nonsense and destroy the morale of the army. Thus he said sternly, "Both of you shut up." As soon as he said that, a tiger's roar came from the island. Many of the blood condensation disciples on the island felt dizzy and ringing in their ears. They quickly covered their ears. Where did the tiger's roar come from? Chapter 919. Lu Ping slapped the 3-meter-long and 5-meter-tall tiger, causing it to tumble. He scolded, "Shut up." Lu Xiaohai finally got out of the golden house, which wasn't small, but looked narrow in Lu Xiaohai's eyes. He was in a great mood and couldn't help but roar. However, Lu Ping slapped him right on the head. Lu Xiaohu's domineering aura of a tiger suddenly became domineering. He lay on the ground and covered his eyes with his 2 tiger paws. He didn't look like the spirit of the tiger demon clan in the past. Instead, he looked like a frightened giant cat. Lu Dagui slowly crawled out of the golden house. Lu Ping handed an escape talisman to Wang Qi and said, "You are my eldest disciple, the second disciple of Jinling's current leader, Lu Tianling Laozu. You have no reason to retreat from the Battle of Frost Island. Only after a bloody battle can you fully understand the responsibilities of a disciple of Jinling." Lu Ping paused and said, "I don't need you to understand this now. However, I won't let you die in vain in this battle. You must have heard of this escape talisman. Take it and use it well. As for Lu Xiaohai and Lu Dagui, one of them can attack, and the other can defend. They can support you. With the three of you working together, I think even a middle-stage core forging cultivator can't do anything to you." Tianshan Laozu and the other two were also shocked by the sudden tiger roar. They knew where the tiger roar came from. Tianshan Laozu asked, "What is this kid doing? How did he catch a tiger demon and bring it to Frost Island?" The ancestor of Tianshan said, "I'm afraid it's not an ordinary tiger demon. Although this roar sounds weak, it has a momentum of looking down on the world. I'm afraid it's not the authentic lineal bloodline of Taoist who." Tianshu Laozu said with a dark face, "This martial nephew Lu has always been bold and talented, but he is too reckless. If we really capture Taoist who's lineal descendant and make him our pet with intelligence, won't we make a strong enemy for our sect?" Tianshan Laozu knew about the conflict between Tianshu Laozu and Lu Ping. But Tianshu Laozu's words made sense, so he didn't say much. On the other hand, Laozu Tiancheng said, "That kid is as cunning as a ghost. When has he ever been taken advantage of? Senior martial brother Tianshu, don't worry." Tianshu Laozu's expression darkened, but he did not say anything more. He raised his head and saw a ray of light flying towards the Jinling Tao soldier formation that was gathering at the coast. Wang Qi didn't know that he had been noticed by a Dharma manifestation Laozu when he returned to spiritual master Xianliang's Tao soldier formation. Right now, he was completely immersed in the secret art that Lu Ping had just taught him. This secret art was a secret art that Lu Ping had gotten from spirit beast taming sect Sangyu. Sangyu saw that Lu Ping had many spirit pets with extraordinary potential and achievements. She saw that Lu Ping was only using them roughly, and exclaimed that it was a waste. That was why she taught this secret art to Lu Ping. This secret art was obtained by spirit beast taming sect from a senior cultivator, and could not be considered a direct disciple of the spirit beast taming sect. However, this secret art itself was an incredible existence among the secret arts collected by the spirit beast taming sect. Wang Qi's return caused Xian Gang and Xian Tai's expressions to darken, but spiritual master Xian Liang also heaved a sigh of relief. Perfected Xian Liang knew that the Dao soldier formation team he was leading was about to face a fierce battle. Not only did Wang Qi's return make the Dao soldier formation complete, but it also increased the chances of everyone surviving the battle. Spiritual master Xian Liang was also a person with a clear mind. When he saw that Wang Qi was not transferred away from Frost Island by Lu Ping, he admired Lu Ping's righteousness. At the same time, he immediately realized that Wang Qi must have received some benefits from Lu Ping. With Lu Ping's treasure boy skills, this life-saving benefit might not even be comparable to spiritual master Xian Liang's trump card. At that time, spiritual master Xian Liang might have to be more careful. Perhaps, he might even be able to save his own life. Just as spiritual master Xian Liang was about to ask Wang Qi something, a deep voice suddenly sounded. "Disciples of Jinling, go out and meet the enemy." Spiritual master Xian Liang suddenly raised his head and realized that Mara's army had already approached 5 kilometers away from Frost Island. On the wide coastline that Jinling was guarding, there were 12 blood condensation realm cultivators, forming a Tao soldier formation. Each Tao soldier formation consisted of about 80 people. There were also 12 Dao soldier formations, consisting of 8 core forging realm cultivators. Other than these, there were more than 10 late core forging realm cultivators, following behind these Dao soldier formations. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, while others were alone. After exiting the island's protective formation, they charged towards Mara's army. Tianshan, Tiancheng, and Tianshu patriarchs watched as the two opposing torrents crashed into each other. The earth-shattering battle cries even overshadowed the roars of magic spells and magic treasures. Jinling's side had the advantage of the Dao soldier formation. At the beginning of the battle, the two sides had similar cultivation levels. Jinling's Dao soldier formation was able to suppress the surging Mara's army. However, Mara's army had the advantage in numbers. Once the cultivators in the Dao soldier formation were killed or injured, after paying the price of tens of little Mara's lives, then the entire Dao soldier formation would have to change its operation. At the same time, the power of the Dao soldier formation would have to be weakened. Tianshan Laozu watched as more and more of Jinling's disciples died. He couldn't help but show a look of regret. I wonder how many Dharma adepts among these fallen disciples would become in the future if they were still alive. Tiansheng Laozu cursed. If it wasn't for the fact that there's always blood Mara's aura nearby, I really want to go out and fight and kill those Maras. Tianshu Laozu looked at the regretful expression on Tianshan Laozu's face with disdain. He thought to himself, if Lu Tianling was here, no matter how regretful he would still have a calm expression on his face. At this critical juncture of life and death, this kind of emotionless and calm expression can make people feel like they are the backbone of the sect. This is probably one of the reasons why Gua Tianshan is still not as good as Lu Tianling. But then again, if it wasn't for Gua Tianshan's benevolence towards the sect's disciples, Tianshu wouldn't have been able to push down Lu Xianling, who was in charge of the sect's deacon at that time, and replace her with Gua Xianshan. Among the highly respected second-generation disciples of Jinling, Lu Tianling had a strict personality, and he did things swiftly and decisively. He was the most respected by the Jinling disciples. Jiang Tianlin Laozu had a dignified appearance, and he had the highest level of cultivation, so he was the most respected by the Jinling disciples. Gua Tianshan Laozu was honest, easygoing and fair, so he was the most respected by the Jinling disciples. Mei Tianqin Laozu was shrewd, and he was the most respected by the Jinling disciples. The difference was that Jinren Li Xuanin's killing methods were dark, but Tianshu Laozu's methods were sinister. The overwhelming Mara army crashed into the Dao soldier formation, formed by the 12 teams of blood condensation disciples like waves. The formation was like 12 huge reefs on the shore, smashing wave after wave of Maras into pieces. However, the 12 huge reefs were also loosening under the constant attacks of the waves, and they were even moving back towards the shore. In the sky, the Dao soldier formation formed by the 12 teams of core forging cultivators also met with a group of core forging Great Mara, and both sides also began to fight fiercely. At the same time, there were more than a dozen late-stage core forging Jinling cultivators, including Du Feng and the others. The Dao soldier formation led by Jinren Xianliang was not very lucky. As soon as they arrived, they encountered a fierce attack from a water Azura that was equivalent to a late-stage core forging Great Azura. Jinren Xianliang tried his best to circulate the Dao soldier formation to block the Great Azura's attack, but he was only able to defend himself. The formation itself was in a state of suppression. Just as Jinren Xianliang was wondering if he needed the help of his sect's late-stage, core forging cultivators to temporarily get out of this predicament, he saw the Great Azura thrusting its spear at him again. Jinren Xianliang hurriedly circulated the formation. The 3 talents formation blocked the attack head-on, and the 5 elements formation weakened the attack from the side. Unexpectedly this time, when everyone gathered their strength, they suddenly felt that their hands were empty. The Great Azura's strength was 1/3 less than before. Perfected Xianliang was invigorated. His spiritual force immediately checked the Dao soldier formation that he was already familiar with. He immediately discovered that the person who blocked the Great Azura's spear was Wang Qi, who was in the heaven's origin position of the 3 talents formation. The Great Azura thrusted its spear again. This time, it was the 5 elements formation's turn to block the attack head-on, and the 3 talents formation's turn to weaken the attack from the side. However, because the impact of the Great Azura's previous attack had obviously decreased, the mysterious steel and mysterious iron brothers, who were blocking the Great Azura's attack head-on, were not as prepared as before. Jimren Xianliang secretly cursed. Just as he opened his mouth to warn them, the water Azura's spear had already hit the mysterious steel and mysterious iron brothers, who were good at defense. Puffed, puffed. Amidst their horrified expressions, they spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Looking at the water Azura, who was about to seize the opportunity to attack, the 2 brothers could not help but reveal despair on their faces. Once the mysterious steel and mysterious iron brothers died, the Dao soldier formation that Jimren Xianliang commanded would definitely be greatly weakened. It would not take long for the Dao soldier formation to fall apart. Without the cooperation of the Dao soldier formation, how long could the few early-stage core forging cultivators last under the attack of Mara's tide? Even with the protection of the mother and child traction formation? Apart from Jimren Xianliang and Wang Qi, who had a life-saving item given by their teacher, the rest would probably not be able to escape misfortune. The 2 brothers did not know why, but at the moment of death, they actually looked in Wang Qi's direction at the same time. However, their gazes just happened to see a scene that made them feel complicated. Wang Qi took out his top-notch psychic magic treasure, which many cultivators of the same level envied, and slashed horizontally. A sword light whistled out, and actually headed straight for the Azura's spear that was thrusting towards the 2 brothers. He was just an early-stage core forging cultivator. Even if his strength was usually higher than cultivators of the same level, where did he get the courage to challenge the great Azura, who was equivalent to a 9th-stage core forging cultivator, or even a peak-stage core forging cultivator? He was really overestimating his own strength. Disbelief, shame, and mockery were the final feelings that the mysterious steel and mysterious iron brothers felt at the moment of life and death. Chapter 920. In front of Lu Ping, there was a small flag revolving around him. Although Lu Ping was sitting on the ground motionlessly, his mind was focused on the small flag. To be more precise, Lu Ping's divine will was focused on the few mysterious runes on the small flag. Ever since Lu Ping had advanced to the core forging stage, he had obtained this mysterious small flag from Jinling's Heaven's Inheritance Cave. Although he knew that this small flag would be of great help to Lu Ping's divine will, and Lu Ping had suspected that there might be other secrets to this small flag, Lu Ping's level at that time had not been able to discover any clues. Hence, as time passed, Lu Ping's curiosity gradually faded. However, this small flag was still an extremely rare divine will treasure in the world of cultivation. Although it only had one function, and was weak, it was still very valuable in the world of cultivation. This situation continued as Lu Ping's level of cultivation increased to the peak of the core forging stage, and his divine will was already comparable to that of a mid-Dharma adept. However, he still could not discover any other secrets of this small flag. It was only after the discovery of the Vast Sea relics that the Vast Sea bell had been rung twice by Dongyi Laozu and Demon King Kong Jing. At first, Lu Ping was caught off guard and almost suffered a loss. However, when the bell rang for the second time, Lu Ping, who was on guard, discovered that the originally ordinary surface of the small flag had a few mysterious runes that Lu Ping had never seen before. And it was precisely because of the appearance of these runes that Lu Ping was able to easily block the attack of the Vast Sea bell when the bell rang for the second time. At this time, Lu Ping was naturally very interested in the small flag's changes. The few runes that were revealed were obviously not all of the small flag's secrets. However, after a period of time, although Lu Ping tried his best to unravel the secrets of these runes, and at the same time hoped to discover more of the small flag's secrets, there was no progress. However, this also allowed Lu Ping to discover that this small flag not only helped in the use of divine will, but it was also extremely beneficial in the expansion of divine will and in defense. This was until Lu Ping had consecutively fought with 4 Dharma adepts, one of whom was even a mid-Dharma adept. This caused Lu Ping to have no choice but to rely on the small flag's help. At this time, Lu Ping discovered that the small flag once again had a few other runes. The existence of these runes not only made it easier for Lu Ping to use his own divine will, but it also helped Lu Ping's divine will to defend against the attacks of the other Dharma adepts. It was also because of the small flag's changes that Lu Ping was able to severely injure a Dharma adept with a single blow. This was also why Lu Ping was able to remain unscathed under the divine will attacks of a mid-Dharma adept and 2 early Dharma adepts. After the appearance of the vast sea bell, it was not that Lu Ping had not thought about whether the small flag in his hand was one of the 3 treasures of the vast sea. It was just that the power that the small flag currently displayed could not be compared to that of a spirit treasure. Secondly, the cloud sail was said to have been lost in the past and had been found by the demons. However, the small flag that Lu Ping had obtained from the secret cave of the Heaven's Inheritance Cave had many unexplained mysteries. Now that Lu Ping's divine sense had entered the small banner, he wanted to refine the newly emerged rune patterns so that he could better control the mysterious little banner. At the same time, he also wanted to see if he could find more rune patterns in the little banner by following the clues. Another ray of light streaked across the sky. Tianshu Laozu took a look at the sound transmission sword, and his expression turned ugly. He said, "The other sects on Frost Island are also in a state of emergency. Up until now, they have found at least 20 traces of the blood Mara. The Jade Shura has not appeared since that day." Tiancheng Laozu said loudly, "It looks like Mara wants to finish this battle in one go." Tianshu Laozu asked, "How far are the battles of the other sects?" Tianshu Laozu said in a low voice, "It's not looking good. Xianling sect is doing better, but the Songhai sect is using the island's protective formation to defend against Mara's attack. The situation over at the 12 forces is not looking good either." Tianshu Laozu thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry about the 12 forces. Although we lost the Qiao family, as long as the remaining 11 join forces, even our sect will have to be wary of them. They will show their trump cards at the critical moment." Over at the Songhai sect, Nephew Lu used his divine will to severely injure a Dharma adept. The morale of the Songhai sect will be greatly affected, so it is expected that they will not be able to win. But the ones facing the real danger are still our sect. Although the Tao soldiers have taken the initiative to slow down Mara's attack on the island's protective formation, it is only a matter of time. After all, our sect is facing the strongest attack. Once the island's protective formation is trapped, our sect will have no room to retreat. Tianshu Laozu flipped his hands and 2 flames flashed. He said, "We have to fight this battle no matter what. I just don't know when our sect's reinforcements will arrive." After a cultivator entered the Dharma stage, they began to control the power of space. Mara, who was above the Dharma stage, could also control the power of space. After Mara surrounded Frost Island, because of the appearance of Bloody Mara, the teleportation formation on Frost Island was also in danger. The reinforcements on Frost Island could not go through the teleportation formation and could only fly over. This gave Mara enough time to attack Frost Island. Mara's companion Dharma treasures and half-life Dharma treasures usually improved along with Mara's strength. The great Shura that Wang Qi and the others were facing had the strength of a late core forging cultivator. Naturally, the companion Dharma treasure in its hands was no weaker than a spirit-nurturing Dharma treasure. Although the golden scale sword was Lu Ping's personal sword, it was only a top-grade spirit-connected mystic treasure. Not to mention, Wang Qi's cultivation base was far from the Great Shura's spear. Even with Wang Qi's 3 talents array formation, he might not be able to match the spear's power. However, just as the golden scale sword was about to hit the spear, a silver light instantly enveloped the golden scale sword, causing the golden longsword to be inlaid with a silver light. It merged with Wang Qi's golden sword aura. Clang! To everyone's surprise, the golden scale sword was able to deflect Azura's spear. Azura's spear, which had been brandished by the spear, was also deflected. The spear brushed past the right shoulders of the Dark Iron and Dark Iron brothers, cutting off 2 strips of flesh that were half a foot long. Blood dripped down into the sea. The power of Wang Qi's spear was not only unexpected by the Profound Steel and Profound Iron brothers, but also by the others. Even Wang Qi himself did not expect it to be so powerful that it could deflect the spear of a late core forging Great Shura. Although spiritual master Xian Liang was surprised, He was still the person in charge of the formation. Seeing that his side had blocked the Great Shura's sure-kill attack, he immediately used the power of the formation on himself, while the Great Shura was still exhausted. He threw a short stick at the back of the Great Shura's head. After the Great Shura's attack failed, the 3 talents and 5 elemental Dao soldier formation continued to operate. Spiritual Master Xianliang could no longer dodge this attack. He was hit so hard that he could not get up for a moment. He fainted and fell from the sky towards the sea. When the other cultivators saw that Spiritual Master Xianliang's attack had succeeded, they hurriedly operated the formation and chased after him. Although Wang Qi's hands were numb from the Great Shura's spear, the Profound Steel and Profound Iron brothers ignored their injuries and attacked the falling Great Shura. Before the Great Shura could completely wake up, he was already dismembered in midair. Although Spiritual Master Xianliang's team had killed a late core forging Great Shura, the Dao soldier formation could not operate smoothly because Profound Steel and Profound Iron were heavily injured. Naturally, the power of the Dao soldier formation would decrease as well. Spiritual Master Xianliang made a prompt decision and immediately ordered everyone to retreat towards the island's protective formation. Just as everyone was about to retreat back to Frost Island, a late core forging Great Azura, who was fighting Spiritual Master Xian Yu, suddenly attacked the Great Army formation formed by Spiritual Master Xianliang and the others after receiving a blow from Spiritual Master Xian Yu. At this moment, because everyone was about to retreat to the island, they had already begun to slack off. They did not expect that this Azura would actually ignore Sage Xuanyu's attack and forcefully attack. For a moment, they were all caught unprepared. Perfected Xianliang shouted and tried his best to command everyone to activate the Dao soldier formation, intending to maximize everyone's defense. The protective formation around the 8 of them was about to run out of energy. The 3 talents and 5 elements had combined into one, but they suddenly realized that Wang Qi had used an extremely strange defensive technique. Perfected Xianliang's heart moved, and he shouted, "Use Xian Qi's protection divine ability." Everyone channeled their quintessential essence into the huge tortoiseshell shield that Wang Qi had conjured with the Dao soldier formation. Kacha! There was a shattering sound. Although Wang Qi's defensive divine art had been shattered by Azura's unexpected attack, it still managed to block the attack. Wang Qi felt a great force coming from the shattered tortoiseshell shield, including Reverend Xianliang and the others. They were all thrown backwards by this great force and fell onto Frost Island. The Great Azura had forcefully taken a blow from Reverend Xian Yu, and its back was smashed to pieces by countless raindrops. The Azura turned around and fled. It was about to shake off Reverend Xian Yu, who was chasing after it, but a cold light shot towards it and pierced through its heart. Reverend Dufeng withdrew his sword and stood. Reverend Xian Yu seemed to be very dissatisfied with Reverend Dufeng's interference, and turned around to attack the other Great Azura without even greeting him. But at this time, Reverend Dufeng's cry of shock entered Reverend Xian Yu's ears. "Watch out!" Reverend Xian Yu's heart tightened. His intuition from 200 to 300 years of life and death battles told him that he was most likely facing a moment of life and death. Reverend Xian Yu tried his best to shake off this feeling of being on the edge of life and death, but it was to no avail. This feeling only grew stronger. A furious roar that seemed to come from heaven's Laozu came from Frost Island. "You dare!" Yet this voice was the last call Reverend Xian Yu heard. Then, he felt that Reverend Dufeng seemed to be trying to save him with all his strength, but his own consciousness seemed to be frozen by a strange coldness and thrown into a bottomless abyss. His vision was quickly swallowed by darkness. Lu Ping had appeared on the battlefield before Heaven's Laozu, but he only had time to save Dufeng, who was trying to kill Reverend Xian Yu together with him. Reverend Xian Yu himself had turned into countless pieces of ice and fell towards the sea surface. Not even his bones were left. Chapter 921. After receiving the Jade Scroll, Lu Ping knew that Mara's attack on Frost Island would be a hard battle. Therefore, after refining the new runes on the little flag, he quietly left the secret room and headed out of Frost Island. Lu Ping's original plan was to strike first, But he didn't expect Mara to act first and take spiritual master Xianyu's life. Shueshura, who ambushed enlightened master Xianyu, initially wanted to kill enlightened master Du Feng as well. But unexpectedly, Lu Ping had already made his move. The charming autumn sword morphed into countless fishes and formed a wall of sword light in front of enlightened master Du Feng, whose chest had caved in. The seeping sword art was good at both offense and defense. It managed to block Mara's fatal blow. At this time, Tiancheng Laozu and spiritual master Xian Sun were approaching Lu Ping. However, Lu Ping didn't hand Du Feng over to Laozu. Instead, he pushed Du Feng over to spiritual master Xian Sun, who was in the core forging realm. Just as Tiancheng Laozu was confused, his expression suddenly changed. He flipped his palm and pushed backwards. A fire tiger roared and pounced behind him. At the same time, an enormous force came from Tiancheng Laozu's back. Although the fire tiger had blocked most of the force, the remaining force still pushed Tiancheng Laozu dozens of steps forward before he could stabilize himself. Ancestor Tiancheng suddenly looked back and happened to see a column of water turn into mist under the flame, covering the area within a radius of dozens of feet. However, this mist didn't hinder Laozu's mental investigation. A water azura dressed as a woman was holding a spirit treasure that looked like a wine cup. She was walking towards Tiancheng Laozu through the mist. On the other side, Lu Ping saw that spiritual master Xian Sun had safely sent Du Feng back to Frost Island. When he turned around, the ice azura that had ambushed and killed spiritual master Xian Yu was already faintly appearing in front of Lu Ping. Its transparent body looked like it was about to be completely covered by the light. After spiritual master Xian Sun brought Du Feng back to Frost Island, Laozu of Sky Mountain had already sent the news. Spiritual master Xian Sun immediately commanded the cultivators of Jinling to use the 3 talents 5 elements Dao soldier formation to resist Mara's attacks. At the same time, this was to reduce the losses of his disciples. The disciples of Jinling gradually retreated and began to rely on the island's protective formation to resist Mara's attacks. At the same time, they also wanted to free up the space outside the island. When Dharma adepts began to fight, the area outside the island was no longer safe. Seeing that the disciples of Jinling had begun to retreat, Mara surged forward with the intention of breaking through the obstruction of the disciples of Jinling and shattering the island's protective formation. Then, he would enter Frost Island and occupy the large spirit vein. Meanwhile, the people of Jinling would rely on the formation's support to stop Mara's attacks. Lu Ping's pair of flying swords circled in the air. The ice azura in front of him suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Lu Ping's mental consciousness swept out, and immediately discovered that the water vapor in the surroundings had begun to condense into tiny ice needles that were hard to see with the naked eye. The ice azura's hands clasped and pushed, and the tiny ice needles from all directions all flew towards Lu Ping, causing Lu Ping to not even have the space to dodge. Lu Ping's pair of swords shot out and went straight for the ice azura's neck. At the same time, he pressed down slightly with his hands, causing a waterspout to hang upside down. A cylindrical water barrier surrounded Lu Ping in the middle. The countless ice needles had just shot into the water barrier when they were hit by the crisscrossing undercurrents within the water barrier, causing them to lose their momentum and quickly melt within it. The ice azura opened its mouth and spat out a gust of cold air dozens of feet away. As soon as the upside-down waterspout came into contact with the cold air, it completely froze into ice. A huge icicle, together with Lu Ping, was sealed within the icicle. However, at that moment, the ice azura's expression changed. It punched out, and the icicle exploded into countless pieces. However, there was no trace of Lu Ping among them. When he looked down, he saw a pair of flying swords crisscrossing, and 3 great shuras had already been beheaded, pierced through the chest, and cut in half at the waist. One of the great shuras was also equivalent to a late-stage core forging realm cultivator. The ice azura was furious, and with it as the center, a gust of cold air spread out in all directions. Soon, a layer of white frost formed in the void, forming the outline of a human figure. Lu Ping lifted the cloud light 5 elements robe, and the Ice Azura's ice sword was already stabbing towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping's expression was solemn. This ice sword was obviously the Ice Azura's accompanying spiritual treasure. In the hands of the Ice Azura, it was an existence comparable to a calamity's spiritual treasure. There was a flash of light under Lu Ping's feet, and his entire person flashed in all directions. However, as the ice sword was waved, these figures were all frozen into ice sculptures. Only Lu Ping's real body was caught up by the ice sword while he was dodging. At this time, it was too late to withdraw the autumn dew sword, but Lu Ping crossed his hands, and two long swords crisscrossed. After two clanging sounds, although the pair of flying swords were no match for the ice sword spirit treasure, the ice sword was also hit by the flying swords and stopped in midair, unable to chase after the ice sword. The autumn dew sword flew back, and together with the pair of flying swords that Lu Ping had cast, they circled around, facing the ice sword in the hands of the Ice Azura. The thin stream sword. Whether it was the thin stream sword or the long stream sword, each sword had condensed 9 treasures, and was a top-notch spirit-nurturing spiritual treasure. In addition, Lu Ping had inherited the vast sea sword technique, so he was able to fully activate the power of the pair of flying swords. Under the combination of the two swords, the pair of flying swords were barely qualified to compete with spirit-nurturing spiritual treasures. Just as Lu Ping and the Ice Azura were fighting, Tiancheng Laozu had already fought with the other Water Azura. Although Tiancheng Laozu had the protection of the mother and child traction formation, and his fire-based skills were superb, under the attacks of the Water Azura's accompanying spiritual treasure, he was constantly losing ground. He had enough defense, but not enough offense. Another jade scroll cut through the sky, and Tiancheng Laozu took it and looked at it. He laughed coldly, and threw the jade scroll to Tianshu Laozu, who was beside him, and said, "The Water Mist Pavilion is asking for help." Tianshu Laozu took the jade scroll, and scanned it with his divine will. He said angrily, "2 Dharma adepts are fighting against a Blood Azura, and they still want to ask for help? What should our sect do? A few tens of disciples have perished. Could it be that the pressure they're under is heavier than our sect? Over 100 disciples of our sect have perished, and even 7 or 8 core forging realm cultivators have perished. Moreover, there are over 10 disciples that have entered the battle while carrying injuries. How much pressure is their Mistwada Pavilion suffering?" Tianshan Laozu said, "It's the island's protective formation that can't hold on any longer. It's not that the 2 Dharma adepts of the Water Mist Pavilion can't stop the Blood Azura. Instead, it's the Blood Azura that's tangling with the 2 of them, causing them to be unable to help their disciples. Now, the disciples of the Water Mist Pavilion can no longer rely on the island's protective formation, and are hiding within it." Tianshu Laozu said anxiously, "Doesn't that mean that the Water Mist Pavilion can only be attacked passively? It's only a matter of time before the island's protective formation is broken through?" Tianshan Laozu sighed and said, "If one part of Frost Island is broken through, then it's completely broken through. We still have to save the Water Mist Pavilion, but there's no need to rush. The Water Mist Pavilion won't fall so easily." There was an explosion in the sky. Tianshan and Tianshu Laozu looked up, and saw Tiancheng Laozu rushing back from midair. He crashed hard into the protective shield of the island's protective formation, and ripples were created. On the other side of the sky, the Water Shura, that was fighting with Tiancheng Laozu, was also retreating. No matter how much he flipped and bumped, the crystal baron in his hand didn't dare to shake at all. It was as if the crystal baron would shatter if he moved it. Just as the Water Shura stabilized his body, a cloud of mist appeared in the crystal baron. The mist flowed up along the burnt body of the Water Shura. After the mist flowed past, the injuries caused by Tiancheng Laozu began to recover rapidly. Tiancheng Laozu jumped up from the island's protective formation. A few Mara who saw the opportunity rushed forward, and saw Tiancheng Laozu's face turn red. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and turned it into a flame in midair. It turned the few Mara who rushed forward into ashes. Tiancheng Laozu coughed hard and scolded, "Son of a bitch, you want to take advantage of the old man? Why don't you take a look at your own teeth?" His words seemed to be directed at the few Shuras who had been burned to ashes, but it also seemed to be directed at the Blood Shura, who was holding the Crystal Baron. Seeing that Tiancheng Laozu was at a disadvantage, Tianshu Laozu was anxious and wanted to go forward to help. However, Tianshan Laozu reached out and stopped him. Wait, junior brother Tiancheng can still hold on. Once we go out, other Blood Mara will come out to fight. Let me go first. Tianshu Laozu heard this and said, But senior brother, you will still find Blood Mara to fight when you go out. Tianshan Laozu smiled and said, The most important thing now is to buy time. I think the cultivators from our sect and other sects are already on their way. Tiancheng Laozu had already fought with the Water Shura again. However, this time, Tiancheng Laozu did not dare to go too far away from the island's protective formation. With the support of the formation, Tiancheng Laozu could borrow the power of the island's protective formation to fight against the Water Shura, who had the accompanying spiritual treasure. In this way, although Tiancheng Laozu had the support of the island's protective formation, he was still at a disadvantage when fighting against the Water Shura. After all, while Tiancheng Laozu borrowed the power of the formation, he was also bound by the formation and could not roam around in the sky like the Water Shura. However, Tiancheng Laozu only defended and did not attack, so the Water Shura could not do anything to him for a while. Tianshan Laozu flew through the air and walked out of the island's protective formation. He did not bring the protective shield of the mother and child traction formation with him. A green Shura was standing in front of Tianshan Laozu. Tianshan Laozu seemed to know that there was a Shura here, and did not show any surprise at its appearance. Roar! An angry roar came from the other side of Frost Island. The Ice Shura was filled with hatred. The human cultivator in front of it was like a slippery loach. He clearly had the strength to fight it, but he chose not to fight it head-on. Instead, he relied on his escape skills to wander around, hiding from place to place. However, what angered Ice Azura even more was that not only was this person dodging all over the place, he just had to purposefully charge towards the Devil Azura army that was attacking Frost Island. His 4 flying swords rampaged through the Devil Azura army, and more than a dozen little Azuras were often turned into broken limbs. Even if he occasionally crashed into the Great Azura army, those Great Azuras whose strength was equivalent to that of the middle and early stage of the core forging realm would rarely be able to withstand a single blow from him. Chapter 922. Lu Ping's actions completely infuriated the Ice Shura that was chasing him. After the two of them exchanged blows, no less than 7 or 8 great Shuras had already fallen under Lu Ping's sword, including 2 great Shuras that were equivalent to late-stage core forging cultivators. When the Ice Shura saw that it couldn't catch up to Lu Ping, it seemed to have made up its mind in its rage, and suddenly stopped moving. Lu Ping thought to himself, "Oh no!" and was about to turn around and rush toward the Ice Shura. The ice sword in the Ice Shura's hand had turned into an ice bead the size of a pellet. The Ice Shura spat it out of its mouth and smashed toward the island's protective formation like lightning. Lu Ping's pair of flying swords missed, but Lu Ping didn't even look at the ice bead. After the fainting autumn sword missed, the thin water-flowing sword had already turned around from the Ice Shura's back. The two swords combined and stabbed toward the Ice Shura's back. The Ice Shura released 18 ice walls in a row, and finally managed to block the two swords. Meanwhile, screams of pain came from Frost Island behind Lu Ping. The ice bead pierced through Frost Island's protective formation in one fell swoop. 3 of the Jinling cultivators behind the formation were pierced by the ice bead. The cold energy carried by the ice bead flowed through the blood vessels of the wounds and into the victim's heart space, turning them into ice sculptures. Then, as the heart space exploded, the ice sculptures shattered into ice shards. A second-generation core forging cultivator tried to stop the ice bead, but the ice bead was the Ice Shura's companion spirit treasure after all. It wasn't something a late-stage core forging cultivator could stop. The ice bead directly shattered his natal artifact and went straight for his head under his despairing gaze. Just as the Jinling sect was about to lose another late-stage core forging cultivator, the ice bead suddenly shot back without warning. The second-generation cultivator coughed up a mouthful of blood due to the destruction of his magic treasure. but there was no joy in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of sorrow. Originally, although this person's chances of advancing to the Dharma stage were slim, there was still a sliver of hope, giving him some hope to work hard. But now that his natal treasure had been destroyed, it had directly injured his foundation. Even if his injuries recovered in the future, the damage to his foundation would destroy his last hope of advancing to the Dharma stage. Perhaps even he himself knew that even if that sliver of hope was not extinguished, with his abilities, it was almost impossible for him to advance to the Dharma stage in the future. But sometimes, people would always rely on hope to improve their mental state. But now this person didn't even have any hope. Although he still had over 100 years before his lifespan came to an end, these 100 years were nothing to him, and he was just a walking corpse. Looking up, he saw that Lu Xianping, who was in the sky, had somehow combined the 4 flying swords into a great sword formation. Taking advantage of the time when the Ice Shura's natal treasure flew away, he had already trapped the Ice Shura in the sword formation. No wonder the ice bead suddenly returned when it was about to take his life. With martial nephew Lu's unfathomable level of cultivation, if the Blood Shura lost his natal treasure, perhaps he really wouldn't be a match for him. Perhaps the people in the sect, who really had the hope of advancing to the Dharma stage, would always be people like martial nephew Lu Xianping. His dream of advancing to the Dharma stage was just a self-deceiving dream. Junior brother Zhou, how are you? Forefather Tian Shu had sensed that something was wrong when the Ice Azura suddenly attacked Frost Island with her life-bound spirit treasure. But by the time he reacted, the ice sword had already pierced through the island's protective formation and killed several people in a row. Jinren Zhou laughed bitterly and said, "No worries, I can still hold on." Tian Shu Laozu sighed and turned to walk out of the island. With Tian Shu Laozu's vision, he could see everything that had happened to Jinren Zhou. However, these things couldn't be explained away with words. Just as Tian Shu Laozu walked to the island's protective formation, a rainbow bridge had already crossed over the sea. The rainbow light flashed with intoxicating colors, but Tian Shu Laozu's eyes were dark. He reached out with his right hand, and a slingshot appeared in his hand. His left and right palms lit up, and a golden pellet was pinched into the slingshot with his left hand. With a sudden pull and release, the golden pellet turned into a golden arc in the sky, and then collided with the rainbow bridge. Ever since Tian Shu Laozu lost to Lu Ping, Tian Shu Laozu reflected on the painful experience and studied many spells and techniques. This increased his ability to adapt to the situation, and at the same time, increased his strength significantly. However, Tian Shu Grand Ancestor knew very well that this so-called increase in strength wasn't because he still had great potential. Instead, it was because his original strength hadn't been fully unleashed after entering the Avatar realm. This was also the reason why Tian Shu Grand Ancestor didn't have any offensive moves against Lu Ping. In the end, he could only rely on his cultivation base to suppress Lu Ping. But in the end, he was defeated by Lu Ping. 4 colors of the rainbow light were destroyed by Tian Shu Laozu's golden pellet, but the remaining 3 colors still collided with the island's protective formation. Tian Shu Laozu's expression was dark. At this moment, he had used up all his previous strength, and had yet to recover. He forcefully condensed a spell and attacked, but it wasn't even 30 to 40% of his usual power. He only managed to knock down 2 colors, and the remaining color could no longer be stopped, and directly collided with the island's protective formation. At the core of the mother-child traction formation, spiritual master Chen shook his head helplessly. He took out the stone that had been embedded into the formation plate, that had already turned into pieces, and then replaced it with a supreme-grade spirit stone. At the same time, there were several disciples walking around on the enormous formation plate. From time to time, they would remove the high-grade spirit stones embedded into the formation plate that had used up all their spirit energy, and replace them with high-grade spirit stones that were full of spirit energy. Only the dozen or so grooves around spiritual master Xian Chun were embedded with supreme-grade spirit stones, and spiritual master Xian Chun was personally replacing them. Underneath the formation plate, the few spirit veins that Jinling had accumulated on Frost Island were also providing endless spirit energy to the formation plate. Tian Shui Laozu stood at the side and said, "Senior brother, I'm afraid that Tian Shu won't be able to hold on for long." At the side, Tian Fan Laozu didn't reply immediately. Instead, he stared for a moment before saying, "Just this much effort alone has already used up a huge amount of high-grade spirit stones and supreme-grade spirit stones. However, there's no other way. That Jade Shura is definitely hiding in the surroundings right now. The moment you make a move and get entangled by the other Mara, that Jade Shura will definitely make a move. At that time, even if I make a move, I'm afraid that I won't be able to stop the Jade Shura from breaking the formation." Tian Shui Laozu said, "But that hidden blood demon still hasn't shown himself. Even if we work together to stop the Jade Shura, that blood demon is enough to be the key to breaking the formation. Moreover, this time, Mara is attacking Frost Island en masse, but there are too few devil cultivators among them." Tian Fan Laozu was still indifferent. Tian Shui Laozu said anxiously, "Linggu sect and Soaring Feather sect are already shrinking the island's great formation. They are retreating towards the spirit vein at the center of Frost Island. Mara has already successfully landed at the place where the two sects are stationed. If," Tian Fan Laozu suddenly said, "this Linggu sect and Soaring Feather sect are really useless. However, junior sister, where do you think that Xiang Lu is right now?" Tian Shui Laozu was stunned and said, "Senior brother thinks that he will come here?" Just as Tian Shui Laozu finished speaking, a cultivator-like person dressed in snow-white clothes suddenly appeared in the sky above the Frost Island's great formation. The Jade Shura had appeared. Unlike Blood Devil Luo's red eyes, Jade Shura looked like a normal human, but she had a unique aura that was like the condensation of the original spirit. If she appeared in front of a cultivator, she would not be able to hide it. However, when they used their unique escape arts, the aura of spirit energy became the best way for them to hide their aura. It was the best way to attack and kill cultivators. The entire sea seemed to be boiling. The Jade Shura was high up in the sky, as if she was the king of the sea. The angry seawater surged as if it wanted to bury the entire Frost Island at the bottom of the sea. Boom, 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 boom. The sects that were still defending the island's great formation without retreating all collapsed the moment the Jade Shura appeared. The entire island's great formation began to shrink inwards in a strange way. As long as they could protect the large spirit stone mine in the center of Frost Island, then the defense of Frost Island could be considered a victory. Jade Shura's appearance had completely changed the situation on the battlefield. The enemy was strong, and they were weak. The cultivators of the North Sea had to quickly pull back their battle lines, abandon their previous strategy of fighting individually, and work together to fight the enemy. Perhaps that was the only way they could protect the spiritual stone mine under the siege of Devil Luo. Except for Jinling. Jinling was still guarding the outer perimeter of Frost Island, not allowing Mara to land on Frost Island from the area Jinling was stationed at. The Frost Cliff where the medium-sized spirit stone mine had been built into a temporary palace by Jinling. However, the location of the palace was not far from the coast. Therefore, the other sects could retreat, but Jinling could not. This mid-sized spirit stone mine had attracted a lot of envy, jealousy, and hatred for Jinling's sect in the past few decades. This time, the cultivators hiding at the center of Frost Island could finally rejoice in Jinling's sect's misfortune. "You deserve it, aren't you? Who told you to take it all for yourself?" Although the cultivators of the sects would not say these words out loud, everyone understood that without the lips, the teeth would be interdependent. Without Jinling, the other sects of Frost Island would not be able to resist the siege of Mo Luo's army, even if they joined forces. Therefore, the cultivators of the sects, from Laozu to the ordinary cultivators, were furious that Jinling was still stubbornly defending that medium-sized spirit stone mine. At this time, he was still guarding that spirit stone mine without letting go. Was he going to give up the large spirit stone mine on Frost Island for that medium-sized spirit stone mine? The curses gradually rose. Although Laozu did not say anything with a dark face, the disciples of his sects, including the usually prestigious core forging cultivators, also began to curse loudly. Was Jinling going to drag the entire North Sea cultivation world down for a medium-sized spirit stone mine? If they could survive this, they might have to reduce Jinling's share of this large spirit stone mine. Yes, that was how it should be. For a moment, although the cultivators of the sects still looked impassioned, their thoughts were all conveying the same thought. Even the old and steady Dharma adepts seemed to be moved. Between the looks of their eyes, it was unknown what kind of plan they were conveying that could only be understood, but could not be put into words. Chapter 923. Jinling always worried about inequality rather than scarcity, and the cultivation world was no exception. Jinling's sole possession of a medium-sized spirit stone mine, with abundant reserves, had already made many cultivators in the North Sea envious. Now that Frost Island was being attacked by Mara, and Jinling was fighting a bloody battle for its own spirit stone mine, the first thing that came to the cultivators' minds was not to join forces to defeat the enemy, but rather to hope that this spirit stone mine would be destroyed by Mara's hands. Of course, it would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses, and Jinling would lose 1 or 2 Dharma adepts because of this, even if they were heavily injured. This was the nature of human nature, and even cultivators were no exception. Fortunately, with a great enemy in front of them, the cultivators of the various sects could not do things like backstabbing. After all, the crisis on Frost Island had not been resolved yet. At the very least, the sects understood that without the lips, the teeth would be interdependent. Therefore, after the various sects pulled back to the center of Frost Island, the protective shield of the island, where Jinling was stationed, and the center of Frost Island, was not destroyed by the swarming Mara. Laozu of the various sects sent their cultivators to protect this path of retreat for Jinling, and Jinling also sent many of his disciples here to join forces with the cultivators of the various sects, blocking Mara, who intended to cut off the connection between the two sides. Of course, the reason why the sects put in so much effort was not just because without the lips, the teeth would be interdependent. It was because when the Jade Shura appeared, there were 2 auras that rose from Jinling's garrison that made Laozu of the various sects shocked and bewildered them. They were shocked because these 2 auras were too familiar to the North Sea cultivation world's Laozu, to the point that they were horrified. The Wind and Snow Immortals. In the era when Xianling sect still dominated the North Sea cultivation world, these 2 were the only ones in the North Sea who could defeat Laozu at the same time. They were also the most solid foundation for Jinling to restrict Xianling sect. Even after Celestial Phenomenon Laozu became a Grand Adept, and became the new symbol of Jinling, the name of the Wind and Snow Immortals still shook the entire North Sea cultivation world. This was because when people thought of Jinling, they would not only think of Celestial Phenomenon Laozu, but also Jinling, who had the Wind and Snow Immortals, had 2 Dharma adepts, and Jinling had the most basic requirements of a large sect. However, they were puzzled. Hadn't Patriarch Tianfan already gone to the East Sea? How long had it been since he went to the East Sea? When did he return to the North Sea? Why didn't the sects know? Why did Tianfan Laozu sneak into Frost Island so secretly, without letting any of the forces in the North Sea know? Looking at the sky full of Mara, could it be that Jinling had already predicted that Mara would start a war of this scale, and had even predicted that Jade Shura would make a move? Or was this a plot by Jinling? No matter how many times Laozu's thoughts turned, the current grim situation made it impossible for the sects to care about anything else. At least the appearance of the Wind and Snow Immortals had lifted the morale of the North Sea cultivators, who had been low because of Jade Shura's appearance. Pitter-patter. However, the joy of the appearance of the Wind and Snow Immortals was immediately drowned out by the crowd's fear. At this time, people remembered that the 3 of them were almost equivalent to 2 great Dharma adepts in battle. When the 3 of them fought, unless they were adepts of the same level, even early Dharma adepts could be affected by the aftermath of the battle. An invisible wave rippled out from the center of the 3's battle. Within a radius of a few hundred feet, minor repairs Shura below the core forging stage were all turned back into the source of heaven and earth. The Grand Shura also suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, these Grand Shura were alert, and most of them stayed away when the 2 sides were fighting. This wave also affected the human adepts on Frost Island. Even with the protection of the island's protective formation, many blood condensation adepts still bled from the mouth and nose of the battle. A Jade Shura's strength was only equivalent to a mid-Dharma adept's. But if the companion spirit treasure of the Jade Shura, which was equivalent to a second disaster spirit treasure, was included, then its strength could be close to that of a great Dharma adept. One only had to look at the vast sea relic, and the invincible ancestor Tiankong, who wielded the second calamity spirit treasure, the mountain-splitting axe, to know how powerful a second calamity spirit treasure was in the hands of a mid-Dharma adept. However, there was a difference. The mountain-splitting axe was not Tiankong Laozu's life treasure, but the companion spirit treasure and companion spirit treasure in the hands of every Shura was something that had accompanied them since they were born. Therefore, the power of the companion spirit treasure in the hands of a Jade Shura was even stronger than that of Tiankong Laozu, who wielded the mountain-splitting axe. Although the Wind and Snow Immortals' participation in the battle did not change the situation of the battle, it greatly raised the morale of all the sects on Frost Island. Moreover, under the attack of the Wind and Snow Immortals, although the Jade Shura could protect herself, it was extremely difficult for her to gain the upper hand. The battle between Lu Ping and the Ice Shura had reached its climax. The companion spirit treasure that could quickly switch between Ice Sword and Ice Bead was firmly suppressing Lu Ping. If it was not for the incredible defensive power of the fluttering flag above Lu Ping's head, after it returned to being a spirit-nurturing spirit treasure, Lu Ping might have been able to escape from the Ice Shura's relentless attacks, even if he was not injured. Although Lu Ping had used the 4 flying swords, beautiful autumn waters and thin water forever, to form the Sea of All Rivers sword formation, hoping to completely trap the Shura within the sword formation. However, after the companion spirit treasure returned, the Ice Bead first turned into an ice sword that crashed into the sword formation, and then turned into a giant ice ball. The Ice Shura directly melted into the ice ball, and just like that, it ignored the tens of thousands of sword lights formed by the 4 flying swords and rushed out. After that, Lu Ping was once again at a disadvantage in the battle against the Ice Shura. Fortunately, Lu Ping had a treasure like the water-controlling flag, which allowed Lu Ping to withstand the Ice Shura's pressure. The water-controlling flag was originally a treasure left behind by Jiao Yuqiang, the master craftsman of the Fei Ling sect. After it was completely repaired by Lu Ping, its power had been completely restored. In addition, Lu Ping had condensed 9 Shield of Vigor into 1, and he had recently mastered the great protective power, Water Curtain Heaven Splendor. When the Water Curtain Heaven Splendor was used with the help of the water-controlling flag, Lu Ping finally understood how Jiao Yuqiang was able to withstand the combined attacks of 3 or 4 early Dharma adepts, with just a treasure that had just entered the spirit cultivation stage. Lu Ping had used the great protective power of the water-controlling flag to directly block the attack of the companion spirit treasure. Although the shield had been pierced, the ice sword was also at the end of its strength after piercing through the water curtain of the water-controlling flag. Before Lu Ping could use any other methods to block it, the Ice Shura had already withdrawn the ice sword. At this time, Lu Ping finally realized that in the sky above Frost Island, there were more than 10 Blood Shura participating in the battle against Frost Island. Other than the 4 that Jinling was dealing with, the other sects Laozu were also fighting with the Blood Shura. However, what shocked Lu Ping was that among these 10 or so fighting groups, the ones fighting were all Blood Shura. There was not a single blood demon. However, when Mara was attacking Frost Island, he could clearly sense the presence of the blood demons. In addition, the number of demonic cultivators in Mara's army had obviously decreased. The uneasiness in Lu Ping's heart had already become stronger. Where did these demonic cultivators go? And what were they doing? Naturally, Lu Ping was not the only one who had realized something was wrong. Many of the Dharma adepts fighting in the sky above Frost Island, and the cultivators in the protective shield of Frost Island, had already realized that something was wrong. However, they were either entangled by the Blood Shura, or trapped in the protective shield of the island. Even if they were anxious, They could only watch as the hidden demonic cultivators calmly used their own methods. At this time, Tianfan Laozu, who was fighting with the Jade Shura in the sky above Frost Island, suddenly gave a loud warning. He said, "All sects, beware of the demonic cultivator's soul-devouring technique." Tianfan Laozu's sudden warning spread throughout the entire Frost Island. Without any hesitation, Jinling immediately ordered the main formation cultivators, in their respective Dao soldier formations, to take some measures to defend against the attacks of the demonic cultivators. The other sects in the center of Frost Island were a little slower. It was only when the mid-Dharma adepts of their respective sects also noticed that something was amiss, and issued a warning, that they began to hurriedly put up some defensive measures. However, at this time, the Mara army that was besieging them seemed to have already expected this. They immediately went crazy, and began to attack the protective shield of the island. Many of the cultivators from the various sects lost their lives, due to the earlier chaos from Mara's wild attacks. At the border between the Linggu sect and the 12 sects, Mara even broke open a gap. Dozens of Mara swarmed out from this gap. If it wasn't for the alertness of the dozen mid and late core forging adepts from the 12 sects, and the Linggu sect, who risked their lives to rush out and reseal the gap, and persevered until the protective shield of the island closed the gap again, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even so, the dozens of Mara that rushed into the protective shield of the island still caused great damage to the cultivators from the various sections. 20 to 30 blood condensation adepts were killed by Mara in the chaos, and a few core forging adepts also fell, especially the dozen or so mid and late core forging adepts who blocked the gap. They were facing a pincer attack from Mara, and the pressure they had to bear was even heavier. After persevering to restore the protective shield of the island, only 7 or 8 of the 10 or so cultivators survived. However, this was only the beginning of the nightmare. Following a cry of alarm, a mass of dark clouds came from the north of Frost Island, covering the sky and sun, turning the entire sky and earth pitch black. Many cultivators let out cries of alarm. That dark cloud was obviously something that surrounded the body of the demonic cultivators. How many demonic cultivators were hidden within this scene that seemed to cover the sky and sun? At this time, Lu Ping was already retreating in the direction of Jinling. Not only him, but the other Jinling Dharma form Laozu, and the Dharma adepts of the various sects, were also retreating in the direction of their respective sections. Lu Ping's divine consciousness had long discovered the situation within the dark clouds. Hundreds of blood fiends suddenly appeared under the leadership of 4 blood fiends. Under the cover of the dark clouds, they formed a strange formation in mid-air. It seemed to be a huge Dao soldier formation. Chapter 924. Under the leadership of the 4 blood demons, hundreds of demonic cultivators activated the soul-devouring spell in the form of a Dao soldier formation. What kind of scene would this be? Just as the two sides were in a deadlock, the appearance of these hundreds of demonic cultivators could completely break the balance of power between the two sides, tilting the scales of victory completely in Mara's favor. Just as these hundreds of demonic cultivators appeared, the 10 or so Dharma adepts who were fighting in the sky all simultaneously returned to the island's protective formation. This was a moment of life and death. Without the protection of the Dharma adepts, how could the blood condensation and core forging disciples in the sect have the strength to defend against the attacks of the hundreds of demonic cultivators led by the 4 blood demons? Moreover, these Dharma adepts were actually protecting themselves under the joint attack of these hundreds of demonic cultivators. If it was just 1 or 2 Dharma adepts, even ordinary Dharma adepts would not be able to block the attack of this soul-devouring spell. These Dharma adepts could only combine the power of each other and their disciples, and rely on the island's protective formation, in order to block this killer move of Mara. However, how could the Blood Shura allow these Dharma adepts to have their way? Previously, when the patriarchs of the various sects were entangled with the Blood Shura, other than the mid-Dharma adepts, almost every early Dharma adept was suppressed when facing the Blood Shura. Some did not even have the slightest ability to fight back, and could only rely on the formation to resist the Blood Shura. who had spiritual companion treasures. Now that these Dharma adepts were anxious to return to the formation, the situation suddenly turned around. The blood Shura were now entangled, not allowing these humans Laozu to return to the island. This, of course, included Lu Ping. However, Lu Ping was already prepared. Just as the demonic cultivator suddenly attacked, Lu Ping immediately turned and ran. The blood Shura naturally would not let Lu Ping succeed. Moreover, this core-forging human miner repairs in front of it had actually been able to attack and defend for so long. This had already made the blood Shura angry. Just as Lu Ping was about to retreat, the ice sword actually made a circle in midair, actually using this blood Shura's killer move. Lu Ping continued to move forward for tens of feet, but suddenly realized that the surrounding tens of feet was filled with a chill. This was actually a technique that combined space and natural powers. Although this chill did not form an ice wall or an ice castle, it caused Lu Ping to feel a strange chill penetrate through Lu Ping's skin and into his blood and flesh with every step he took. Moreover, this strange chill seemed to be trying to freeze the space, making it difficult for Lu Ping to move within this range of tens of feet. The blood Shura's face was ferocious as he attacked Lu Ping from behind. At this time, Lu Ping had already been restrained by his trump card. Although he could not completely freeze Lu Ping, as long as he could cause a little impact on Lu Ping, it would be enough to put Lu Ping to death in a fight between masters. A dense chill rose from the blood Shura's hand, condensing into a spirit treasure ice pearl again, and then into an ice sword, about to stab Lu Ping in the back. Suddenly, a thunderclap exploded in midair. The blood Shura shuddered. When he looked up, he saw a drought thunder exploding above his head. A golden light stretched out in midair with many branches, falling directly on the blood Shura's head. In water divine thunder. It was a great thunder magic, the in water divine thunder. The blood Shura turned pale with fright. He no longer cared about Lu Ping, who could kill him with a single stab. As he turned around and retreated, the chill around him all condensed towards him. Finally, he wrapped the ice ball around his body again before the divine thunder hit him. All demonic Luos, regardless of whether they were demon cultivators or Shura cultivators, regardless of their cultivation base and strength, had an innate fear of thunder spells. Not to mention that the in water divine thunder was also a very powerful great skill. When it was cast by Lu Ping, with the help of the 7 treasures thunder gourd, the power of the great skill was increased by another 30%. Even blood Shura had to use all his life-saving skills to defend himself. This was also why the Yuan family of Middle-earth could become the #1 family. Just by relying on the thunder magic that was passed down through their bloodline, the Yuan family was no less useful than the 6 great sects when Mara had wreaked havoc during the Great Calamity. Lu Ping's great thunder magic not only repelled the blood Shura, but also completely destroyed the divine art that had been blessed by the blood Shura within a radius of dozens of meters. Lu Ping's figure flashed as he turned into an escaping light and landed on Frost Island. He glanced back and saw blood Azura walking out of the shattered ice ball in a sorry state. Clearly, even if the divine in water thunder didn't heavily injure him, it still gave him a great fright. Originally, the 7 treasures thunder calabash had yet to evolve into a spirit-nurturing artifact. Although the power of the chaos purple thunder divine art it had unleashed was far greater than ordinary great arts, and could almost compete with the great art of moving mountains and filling oceans, it was still beyond its power to unleash a single great art, the in water divine thunder. However, after Lu Ping had refined the tribulation lightning water and advanced to the peak of the core forging realm, Lu Ping had used the 7 treasures thunder calabash to cultivate the water attribute thunder magic alone, and had easily mastered the in water divine thunder great art. Although the in water divine thunder was not as good as the chaotic thunder light in the 7-gem thunder calabash, its power was considered to be among the best among the great magic skills. In such a chaotic battlefield, the in water divine thunder great magic skill could not be more suitable to not reveal the existence of the 7-gem thunder calabash and still be able to be a trump card to resist blood Shura. However, It was not possible for Lu Ping to cast other great arts of a single attribute, such as the Earth Divine Thunder, or the Wood Divine Thunder. Even with the 7 treasures Thunder Calabash, he could not cast great arts of a single attribute. If Lu Ping hadn't refined the Tribulation Lightning Water, he would have had to find another way to practice the water attribute thunder magic, and he would have had to pay a huge price. Just as Lu Ping had returned to the island's protective formation, the soul-devouring divine art that had gathered hundreds of demonic cultivators finally erupted. An invisible wave swept towards Frost Island amidst the strange sound. Lu Ping turned pale with fright. At this time, not only Lu Ping, but even the Dharma adepts of other sects, other than the Middle Dharma adepts of Laozu, could not return to the disciples of their sections. Instead, it was people like Tianshu Laozu who were weak, and could only rely on the protective formation to resist the Blood Shura's Dharma power. Because Laozu was close, he was able to turn around and enter the formation. Meanwhile, the 2 Laozu of Tianshan and Tiancheng were even further away from the power of Frost Island than Lu Ping. When the soul-devouring divine art rushed towards him, Lu Ping could only retract his divine consciousness and gather it together to protect himself, hoping that he could withstand the impact of the soul-devouring divine art. At this time, Lu Ping's mind moved, and the small banner rose from the top of Lu Ping's head. Coincidentally, the soul-devouring divine art attacked, and the small banner moved without any wind. In Lu Ping's divine consciousness, the mysterious seal inscriptions on the banner lit up one by one. At the same time, many mysterious seal inscriptions appeared on the blank space of the banner, covering almost half of the banner in an instant. In Lu Ping's divine consciousness, when the soul-devouring divine art rushed in front of Lu Ping, it actually made a strange half-arc, avoiding the impact on Lu Ping, and continued to rush towards the protective formation behind Lu Ping. The divine consciousness that Lu Ping had condensed to resist the soul-devouring divine art was actually useless. However, Lu Ping had no time to be happy. His true essence surged into the small banner from his hand, and he began to refine the new seal inscriptions on the surface of the small banner as he rushed towards the protective formation. Just as he was about to rush into the formation, he heard many Jinling cultivators suddenly exclaim behind Lu Ping. Alarm bells rang in Lu Ping's mind. Blood Azura had actually taken advantage of the soul-devouring divine art of the battle between cultivators and demons just now, and when Lu Ping had completely restrained his divine consciousness, he had actually used an escape technique to catch up with Lu Ping. At this critical moment, Lu Ping only had time to raise the water-controlling flag. The 9 layers of protective aura chi bloomed one by one, interdependent with the water curtain hanging down from the water-controlling flag. At the same time, a huge 9th-grade white jade lotus suddenly appeared under Lu Ping's feet. Whether it was the protective aura chi or the water curtain hanging down from the water-controlling flag, all of them transformed into lotus flowers that bloomed around Lu Ping. Suddenly, there was a rain of ice swords in the sky. No matter which ice sword fell from the sky, each ice sword could cut down a lotus, and even if it did not cut down the lotus, it could still turn the lotus into an ice sculpture. However, every time a lotus was cut down or turned into an ice sculpture, more lotus flowers would regenerate and continue to block the ice sword. During this moment of stalemate, the ice shura suddenly appeared a few dozen feet in front of Lu Ping. The ice sword reverted back to a meter-wide ice ball, and the ice shura flung it fiercely at Lu Ping's protective lotus. The ice ball instantly pierced through Lu Ping's protective lotus. Clang! Lu Ping did not even have time to summon his flying sword. His whole body was smashed away amidst the screams of many Jinling cultivators, and his back slammed into Jinling's island protecting formation. Cough cough. Under Ice Azura's incredulous gaze, Lu Ping, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, slowly climbed up from the formation. The island protecting formation climbed up along Lu Ping's body and seeped into Lu Ping's entire body. Spiritual Master Xian's son, who was pale from blocking the attack of the demon's soul-devouring divine ability, landed behind Lu Ping. His eyes were filled with anxiety, and he asked, "How is it?" The corner of Lu Ping's mouth lifted, revealing an ugly smile, and he said, Don't worry, martial uncle. If necessary, I can still fight with that beast. At this time, every Dharma plane cultivator's combat strength was related to the survival of Frost Island. The scene of Lu Ping being smashed away by the Ice Azura was too shocking. Lu Ping had already noticed that not only spiritual master Xian Sun, but also Tian Shu Laozu and Tian Shui Laozu, who had entered earlier, were also rushing towards him. Spiritual master Xian Sun thought that Lu Ping was trying to be brave, and said, "What is the situation? Now is not the time to be brave. The damage to your physical body is related to the advancement of your cultivation in the future." Seeing that Tian Shu Laozu was approaching, Lu Ping said in a low voice, "Martial uncle, did you forget about the Linglong wine cauldron?" Chapter 925. Although Lu Ping was sent flying by the Blood Shura, he still had the Linglong wine cauldron to protect him. Although the Linglong wine cauldron could not be considered a defensive spiritual treasure, it was still a treasure that had survived the lightning calamity. No matter how weak its defensive capabilities were, it would not be weaker than a top-notch spirit-nurturing treasure. Furthermore, Lu Ping had taken many pills to strengthen his physical body, so his physical strength was already comparable to that of a Dharma adept. Hence, although he was sent flying by the Blood Shura, and although it was shocking, he did not suffer any serious internal injuries. Tian Shu Laozu leaped over to Lu Ping and looked up. "How are your injuries?" Lu Ping smiled. "I'm fine." Tian Shu Laozu nodded and turned to leave. Lu Ping looked at the Jinling disciples around him and asked, "Uncle Master, what's the situation like?" Perfected Xian Sun said worriedly, "It's not good. Although our sect had already predicted it, and Uncle Master Tian Shui and Senior Brother Tian Shu had rushed back in time, no one expected that there would be so many demonic cultivators in hiding. Furthermore, they had formed such a Dao soldier formation. This power is really unexpected. More than 100 blood condensation disciples had their divine senses dispersed in an instant. Even 3 core forging disciples had their divine senses disrupted due to carelessness. The rest had even more divine senses, and divine senses damaged." Lu Ping was shocked. "So many? Isn't it covered by the island's protective formation? If a blood condensation realm disciple lost his divine sense, he would be no different from a zombie. Even a core forging realm disciple would die if his divine sense was disrupted." This was different from perfected Xian Sen's battle outside Tian Dojo. Only their divine senses were severely damaged, but they did not lose their foundation. They could still recover with the help of the Soul Return Pill. Taoist Master Xian Sun shook his head and sighed. "I'm afraid that many of the highly regarded 4th-generation disciples have been left with internal injuries this time. Their future achievements will be limited. Even those core forging realm disciples with damaged divine senses, although they have enough soul return pills to treat their injuries, I'm afraid that their cultivation time will be extended, and their hopes of advancing further will be cut off." As the two of them spoke, they began to gather their disciples. At the same time, they retreated along with the shrinking of the Zhenling sect's island guarding formation, so that they could gather the last of their strength to resist Mo Luo's attack. After all, the soul-devouring formation formed by the devil cultivators would not only launch this attack. How are the other sects? Worse. Enlightened Master Xian Sun and Lu Ping retreated as the island's protective array formation shrank. At the same time, they were also blocking the Shura's attacks, so that the disciples could carry away the dead or heavily injured disciples. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the sky. Lu Ping's expression changed. "Oh no, Uncle Master Tiancheng is injured. Uncle Master, go and help him. Leave this to me." Lu Ping also took out the Fated Autumn Sword and the Thin Water Sword. The 4 flying swords moved in all directions, and dozens of Shuras, including the 3 Grand Shuras, were sent flying. The Shura's attack suddenly stopped. Perfected Xian Sun took the opportunity to leave, and brought Tiancheng Laozu, who was also sent flying, back to the protective formation. Tiancheng Laozu's appearance was much worse than Lu Ping's. His energy was dissipating, and Lu Ping's heart sank. A Dharma adept's body and Dharma power were one, and their energy was restrained. If the core space was not broken, there would not be any energy dissipating. However, once a Dharma adept's energy dissipated, even if it was not life-threatening, there would be no hope of improving in the future. From afar, Tiancheng Laozu's laughter could be heard. That guy did not get any benefits either. Although he was not injured, his accompanying spiritual treasure has already been destroyed by the old man. Who knows, he might have to create a new accompanying spiritual treasure. In the distance, perfected Xian Sen's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. The spirit pills in his hand were poured into Tiancheng Laozu's mouth, as if they were free. Another muffled sound could be heard. Tianshan Laozu had finally escaped from the blood shura. Lu Ping could clearly see that the mountain-driving whip in Laozu's hand was trembling slightly. Fortunately, Tianshan Laozu's expression was calm. It was obvious that even though he was at a disadvantage in that attack, he did not suffer a great loss. Tianshan Laozu's defensive powers were not for nothing. In the sky above Frost Island, only Tianfan Laozu was left fighting with the Jade Shura. However, without Tian Shui and Laozu working together, Tianfan Laozu's ability was not much better than the other mid-Dharma adepts. Although he had the wind snow fans in his hand, it was still only a first disaster spiritual treasure. Under the Jade Shura's relentless attacks, he was slowly losing ground. However, at this moment, Tianfan Laozu could only hold on. If Tianfan Laozu also retreated into the island's protective formation, the destructive power of an unrestrained Jade Shura was not something that Tianfan and Tian Shui Laozu could defend, even if they retreated into the protective formation. After all, the protective formation was just an inanimate object. However, Tian Shui Laozu did not dare to leave the protective formation. Tiancheng Laozu was heavily injured, Tian Shu Laozu was not strong enough, and Tianshan Laozu had exhausted too much energy. Lu Ping had just received an attack that had shaken the entire Jinling. At this moment, Tian Shui Laozu was like Jinling's stabilizing force. If she left, when the demonic cultivators used their soul-devouring powers for the second time, Jinling would collapse. Buzz! A formless fluctuation could be felt once again. The hundreds of demonic cultivators relied on the Dao soldier formation to activate their soul-devouring powers. With a thought, the small banner that Lu Ping had refined appeared in Lu Ping's hand. Lu Ping poured his Zhen Yuan into the small banner, without any regard for his life. The small banner that was originally the size of a palm immediately expanded to the size of 3 feet. Lu Ping grabbed the small banner in his hand and waved it with all his might. On the surface of the small banner, white clouds appeared. Layers upon layers of clouds appeared. The misty clouds covered a third of the protective formation that Jinling was in. Following that, the strange fluctuation of the soul-devouring powers arrived one after another. The clouds were suddenly compressed to a fourth of their original size. After that, they slowly returned to their original size. As for the cultivators that were covered by the clouds, most of them were safe and sound. Only the cultivators that were at the edge of the clouds were protected by the soul-devouring powers. Under the protection of the protective formation and their own bodies, only a few of them were injured. However, in the areas where the clouds were not covered by the small banner, Jinling suffered heavy casualties. 40 to 50 blood condensation realm cultivators had fallen, and 4 core forging realm cultivators had fallen. Coincidentally, these 4 cultivators were the ones whose divine sense had been damaged by the soul-devouring powers. Even so, everyone in Jinling was still cheering. Tian Shui Laozu had long discovered the abnormality. She could no longer be bothered to help Xian Chen defend the protective formation. She directly tore through space and appeared beside Lu Ping. The joy in her eyes was so bright that it could even hurt Lu Ping's eyes. Hang the cloud sail? Tian Shui Laozu looked at the small banner in Lu Ping's hand. It had already returned to the size of a palm, and was being dyed a bluish-purple color by Lu Ping's Zhen Yuan. She asked straightforwardly, after the small banner was attacked by the soul-devouring powers for the second time. The runes on the small banner had already covered more than half of the banner. Lu Ping was currently refining these runes with all his might. After blocking the second attack from the demonic cultivator Dao soldier, how could Lu Ping be careless with this small banner? This small banner might have already become the key treasure for the cultivators on Frost Island to last until the reinforcements arrived. While Lu Ping was refining it with all his might, he was unwilling to be distracted by speaking. He could only give Tian Shui Laozu an unclear look. Tian Shui Laozu naturally understood that they were in a race against time. She did not disturb Lu Ping from refining the small banner. She took a step back and disappeared. Once again, she returned to the center of the protective formation to help Xian Chun repair the protective formation. This time, Zhenling's casualties had been reduced by half. The cultivators who were gathered above the spirit mine in the center of Frost Island could naturally see it clearly. Many of the cultivators were quick-witted and had already linked Lu Ping's small banner to the cloud sail. This was especially so for the cultivators of Blue Sea sect. First, they saw Lu Ping using the thin water-flowing sword to fight against Blood Azura. Now they saw Laozu's cloud sail. All of them looked at Lu Ping like hungry wolves. They wanted to skin him alive. Compared to Zhenling, the casualties of the cultivators of the various sects made the Dharma idol Laozu feel sad. After the second attack of the soul-devouring powers, even though the cultivators of the various sects worked together to resist it, this time, not only did hundreds of blood condensation cultivators die, more than 30 core forging cultivators also died. This time, it was really a serious blow. Originally, the combined strength of the various sects far surpassed Zhenling. Even if Zhenling had Lu Ping's miraculous small banner, the casualties of the various sects were only about the same as Zhenling's. However, one should not forget that Zhenling's sect's foundation was much deeper than that of the other sections. Over the past 100 years, the number of core forging cultivators in Zhenling's sect had more than doubled. Although it was painful to lose 7 or 8 of them at once, even if Taoist Xuanyu was a disciple who was equivalent to a direct disciple, it was not a big deal. However, the various sects were different. For example, Linggu sect, Soaring Feather sect, and Chongming sect. Although they were also considered large sects, the number of core forging stage cultivators in their entire sect was no more than 30 to 50 people. Losing 3 to 5 of them at once was practically equivalent to losing a tenth of their foundation. Even the other sects such as Haiyan sect, Shuiyan Pavilion, Xianling sect and Blue Sea sect, which had much stronger foundations, losing these cultivators was not just painful, it was like carving out their flesh. As they spoke, the great cultivation formation's soul-devouring divine art had already been used for the 3rd time. The 2 great island protection formations on Frost Island had shrunk once again. Zhenling's great protection formation had even shrunk to half of its original size. However, facing this attack that was stronger than the last, the various sects Laozu all felt anxious. However, before that strange soul-devouring divine art could descend on Zhenling's great protection formation, they saw a 3-meter-long banner slowly rise from the top of Zhenling's defensive area. More than half of the banner's surface flowed with mysterious runes, and once again transformed into layers of clouds. The misty cloud light actually covered the entire island protection formation after it had shrunk. The various sects cultivators at the center of Frost Island once again suffered heavy casualties. However, this time, Zhenling was safe and sound. However, after this small banner was attacked by the Great Cultivation Formation for the 3rd time, the runes that had originally covered more than half of the banner's surface suddenly quickly extended again. The entire banner abruptly lit up. At the same time, a distant bell suddenly rang from the back of the Great Cultivation Formation. Clang! The entire Great Cultivation Formation instantly fell into chaos and collapsed. Chapter 926. After the small banner blocked the 3rd attack of the demonic cultivator's soul-devouring art, the entire banner lit up. The originally 3 meters tall banner stretched again and grew to 30 meters tall. The number of runes on the banner increased once again. The banner that didn't have any runes before was now densely covered in runes. More and more clouds surged out of the banner, and the light emitted by the clouds stretched out once more. It was now able to cover 1/5 of the defense zone that the sects were defending at the center of Frost Island. The area where the sects were immediately stirred. Many cultivators immediately started to swarm towards this small area covered in cloud light. However, right at this moment, an extremely clear bell suddenly sounded from behind the great formation formed by the demonic cultivators. It was the vast sea bell. Not just Lu Ping. After the Battle of the Vast Sea Treasure, many cultivators of the North Sea still remembered the sound of the vast sea bell. That Xiang Lu Laozu had finally come. Xiang Lu Laozu naturally couldn't compare to the vast sea Laozu of the past. The vast sea bell wasn't Xiang Lu Laozu's life-bound spirit treasure. In the hands of Xiang Lu Laozu, the vast sea bell was naturally far inferior to the vast sea Laozu. However, this vast sea bell was truly lethal to Mara, especially the demonic cultivators. The moment the bell rang, the entire Dao soldier formation of demonic cultivators immediately fell into chaos. More than 30 demonic cultivators in the last 2 rows of the formation instantly died. Aside from that, several tens of devilish cultivators were also swept away by the chimes of the bell, and they scurried around the formation like flies, creating quite a stir in the entire formation. At the same time, when the vast sea bell rang, the mysterious seal patterns on the small banner in Lu Ping's hand suddenly came alive like fish swimming. The bell seemed to have awakened something. Lu Ping's vital energy easily detected a wave of pure yang energy, suddenly overflowing from a mysterious place in the small banner. Lu Ping, who had the Linglong wine cauldron in his hand, was very familiar with this kind of pure yang energy. This was the presence of the artifact spirit of a thunder tribulation spirit treasure. When it woke up, was this really a thunder tribulation spirit treasure? Lu Ping was shocked and then delighted. At this time, Linglong suddenly stuck her head out of the wine cauldron and said, quickly refine it. Someone must have cast a special seal to prevent its spirituality from dissipating and forced it into a deep sleep. This vast sea bell is the medium to open the seal and awaken its spirituality. You have to refine it while the artifact spirit has just woken up. Otherwise, when its spirituality completely awakens, it won't be easy to subdue a spirit treasure. Lu Ping naturally knew that Linglong was referring to the artifact spirit hidden in the small banner. Naturally, Lu Ping was very happy. Lu Ping knew that the artifact spirit was referring to the spirit hidden in the small banner. By Linglong, vast sea vast spirit was. The bluish-purple true essence was mixed with traces of flickering lightning. In an instant, it traced the pure yang energy that was dissipating from the small flag. If it was in the past, although Lu Ping was eager to refine the small flag, he would not pour his quintessential essence into the magic treasure like this. This could easily cause damage to the body of the magic treasure. But now that he had confirmed that this small streamer was a spirit treasure, Lu Ping seemed somewhat unscrupulous. Even the violent destructive power of the thunder tribulation water in his Zhen Yuan was no longer restrained. The material of a spirit treasure was more than enough to withstand Lu Ping's violent Zhen Yuan. In an extremely secretive place within the small flag, a golden cloud was changing into various shapes, like a person who was about to wake up rolling on the bed. Faint pure yang energy radiated from the cloud, attracting a rich bluish-purple aura from afar. Lu Ping's quintessential essence followed the flashing pure yang energy in the little flag and charged forward. Finally, he found the golden auspicious cloud and rushed toward it like a flood that broke a dam. On the surface of the small flag, the mysterious runes that originally covered the entire surface of the flag were like tadpoles that had their nests blown up. They wandered around the surface of the flag, gathering and dispersing at times. If a cultivator were to probe the flag with their spiritual sense at this moment, they would immediately be confused by the wandering runes. At this moment, a second bell toll sounded in the distant sea, but this time, the sound came from the rear of the Great Devil Cultivation Formation. This time, the casualties in the Great Devil Cultivation Formation were even more severe. Including the dozens of demonic cultivators that had their black mist dissipated, 70 to 80 demonic cultivators fell from midair. In addition, 20 to 30 demonic cultivators had their black mist dissipated. The entire Great Devil Cultivation Formation fell into chaos again. Although the 4 blood demons tried their best to restrain the sea bell and joined forces to resist the effects of the sea bell, they still couldn't offset the effects of the sea bell's special bell. However, before the sea bell finished ringing, a golden light suddenly cut through the sky and illuminated Xiang Lu Laozu, who was holding a huge bronze bell and was about to flee in a panic. A golden-clothed Shura with a golden face suddenly appeared behind the Great Devil Cultivation Formation. After taking a step forward, a golden light shot out from his hand, but this time, it hit the west side, which was hundreds of meters away. A second Jade Shura. There was a second Jade Shura near Frost Island. Xiang Lu Laozu must have arrived near Frost Island a long time ago, but he was blocked by this Jade Shura. Xiang Lu Laozu, who was a lone practitioner, didn't have many tricks up his sleeve other than the sea bell that he had obtained by chance. Fortunately, he was at the mid-Dharma stage, although he was far from being a match for the Jade Shura, who was at the Dharma stage. The Jade Shura was still wary of the sea bell. The two of them circled around Frost Island like hide and seek. Knowing that Frost Island was in danger, Xiang Lu Laozu took the risk of being killed by the Jade Shura to ring the sea bell. Speaking of which, Elder Xiang Lu was feeling rather helpless. This sea bell was like a hot potato in his hands, but if he wanted to throw it away, he would have to think about the fact that he only had one top-notch spirit-nurturing treasure that had lost all hope of becoming a spirit treasure. Even in a barren land like the North Sea, as a mid-Dharma adept, he was still the poorest of the poorest. No matter what, he could not bear to throw away this spirit treasure that he had already obtained. However, under the heavy pressure of the various sects, forefather Xiang Lu, a mighty mid-Dharma adept, actually did not dare to show his face in the North Sea cultivation world during this period of time. No matter how he thought about it, he could only risk his life to participate in the Battle of Frost Island. Only then would he be able to make the various sects and forces of the North Sea admit that the vast ocean bell was his. And when the sea bell rang a second time, the mysterious runes on the small flag suddenly began to gather at the top of the flag like ants on a hot pan. Then, they connected with each other, and a big hang word appeared on the flag. And at this time, in the hidden place of the small flag, the golden clouds had already transformed into a golden-winged pung bird that was about to take flight. But at this time, this pung bird couldn't fly at all, because dozens of flashing blue and purple water ropes had already tightly bound the golden pung bird's wings and feet. Outside Frost Island, Xiang Lu Laozu had dodged the 3 attacks of the metal element Jade Shura. He no longer had the aura of a Dharma adept. He shook the sea bell in his hand, and when the third bell rang, dozens of demonic cultivators died in the demonic cultivation formation. The formation couldn't hold on any longer, and finally collapsed. From afar, Xiang Lu Laozu's roar could be heard. Friends from all sects, I can't hold on any longer. At most, I can lure this Jade Shura away. Take care. Then Xiang Lu Laozu's figure flashed, and he used his space god art. He immediately retreated a few miles away from Frost Island, and temporarily escaped the Jade Shura's pursuit. This was a last resort. Strictly speaking, it was already very difficult for Xiang Lu Laozu to delay one Jade Shura until now. Otherwise, with 2 Jade Shuras present, the island's protection formation would have collapsed a long time ago. And Xiang Lu Laozu didn't hesitate to expose his whereabouts at the critical moment, and rushed to Frost Island to break the Taoist formation that the demonic cultivators had carefully set up. This was a big favor to the sects of the North Sea and the 12 families. Now that he had retreated, the sects of the North Sea had no reason to criticize him. When the third bell rang, another ball of runes gathered on the flag, and a big cloud word appeared in the center of the flag. Inside the small flag, Lu Ping's blue and purple true energy rope had already tightly bound the golden-winged cloud rock's body. The blue and purple true energy spread along the rope towards the cloud rock's body. Right now only its head was left. The word Guanyun appeared on the giant banner. Even though there was still a ball of runes left that hadn't formed the third word, none of the cultivators on Frost Island doubted that the third word was the word fan. The blue sea bell, the sea transfer token, and the cloud sail. The last of the 3 tribulation thunder spirit treasures that Blue Sea Laozu had used to shake the North Sea had strangely appeared in the sky above Frost Island. And the owner wasn't the Blue Sea sect, but Jinling's Lu Xianping. How could it be Jinling again? How could it be that Lu Xianping again? A ray of light shot out from the island's protective formation at the center of Frost Island. East Pole Laozu grabbed at the floating cloud sail. Right now, Lu Ping was using all his strength to refine the cloud sail. He didn't have the strength to resist East Pole Laozu's snatch. Even if Lu Ping had already refined the cloud sail, he was still far from being a match for a mid-Dharma adept like East Pole Laozu. Snowflakes fell from the sky, sucking towards East Pole Laozu's escaping light from all directions. Bam! Seeing that East Pole Laozu was about to be wrapped up into a ball of snow, East Pole Laozu had no choice but to retract his right hand that was grabbing at the cloud sail. He shook his hand in all directions, causing the ball of snow to explode. East Pole Laozu had no choice but to stop. The exploded snowflakes reformed. Tian Shui Laozu opened her snow fan with a swoosh and appeared in front of East Pole Laozu. She said, "East Pole fellow, now is not the time for internal strife." The two of them retreated the moment they clashed. Then, they stretched out their hands towards the outside of the island's protective formation at the same time. The two blood Shura that wanted to take the opportunity to attack the island's protective formation had no choice but to retreat and avoid the two Laozu's frontal attacks. Chapter 927. The cloud sail belongs to our sect. The old man must take it back. What a joke. It's true that the cloud sail belongs to Songhai Laozu, but if the cloud sail belongs to your Songhai sect, why didn't Songhai Laozu leave the cloud sail in Songhai sect? Tian Shui Laozu's words made East Pole Laozu speechless. Songhai Laozu only left the sea transfer token and the thin water flowing sword in Songhai sect, but the Songhai bell and the cloud sail didn't. This was also the reason why the cultivators of the Songhai sect were somewhat indignant. But what really made the Songhai sect feel ashamed was the fact that Songhai Laozu was actually from the giant whale clan of the demon clan. This secret was originally known only to a few high-level cultivators of the Songhai bell. After it was leaked by Demon King Kong Jing, the entire Songhai bell was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. At this time, the cultivators of the Songhai sect suddenly realized why Songhai Laozu rarely returned to the Songhai sect after the Songhai sect was established, why Songhai sect never knew the location of Songhai Laozu's cave residence, and why Laozu didn't leave all the treasures in Songhai sect, except for the sea transfer token and the thin water flowing sword. The reason was probably that Songhai Laozu never had any sense of belonging to the Songhai sect, which regarded him as the founder of the sect Laozu. In any case, the cloud sail and the thin water flowing sword belong to our sect. Our sect must take them back. Tian Shui Laozu glared at him and immediately scolded. East Pole old fart, do you want to rob it? Bring it on. If you want to rob the things in my grand disciple's hands, I won't scold you for being shameless. Just step over my dead body. East Pole Laozu opened his mouth and was about to say something, but his eyes were suddenly filled with horror. The cultivators from the various sects behind him let out cries of despair. Tian Shui Laozu retreated to where the island's protective formation disk was. There was an explosion in the sky as Tian Fan Laozu shook off the jade azura and staggered towards Frost Island. From afar, where the sea and the sky met, three fleeting lights came together. One of the fleeting lights was shining gold. Wasn't it the jade Shura that had chased after Xiang Lu ancestor earlier? There were two other lights on the left and right of the golden one. They were also two jade Shura. 4 jade Shura. How could there be 4 jade Shura? Lu Ping's true yuan had dyed the top of the cloud rock's head. Only the two golden eyes were still emitting a cold and intelligent light. Although Lu Ping had put all his energy into refining the cloud sail, he could still see the situation around him. Originally, East Pole Laozu's sudden attack had caused Lu Ping to break out in cold sweat. However, the three lights that streaked across the sky had caused Lu Ping to turn pale with fright. At this moment, the 4 blood demons seemed to have received some kind of order. They actually abandoned the collapsing devil cultivators and joined hands to attack the Spirit Stone mine in the center of Frost Island. At the same time, the four blood Shura that were attacking Jinling abandoned the island's protective formation that Jinling was guarding and turned to attack the Spirit Stone mine in the center. Mara's army that was attacking Jinling immediately retreated like the tide. They turned and surged towards the center of the Spirit Stone mine. It was obvious that Mara's army was staking everything on one throw and taking the risk to snatch the Spirit Stone mine. East Pole Laozu shouted, "Oh no!" He could not be bothered to argue with Tian Shui Laozu anymore. He turned around and fled towards the formation. At the same time he shouted, "If the formation is broken, Jinling will not be able to get his share of the Spirit Stone mine." Tian Shui Laozu cursed in a low voice. What a despicable person! Although Jinling had almost escaped from the combined defense of the North Seas sects to protect his own medium-sized Spirit Stone mine, that large-scale Spirit Stone mine was still one of the foundations of the North Seas cultivation world. In the end, those top-grade Spirit Stones could only be produced in large quantities in large-scale Spirit Stone mines. Medium-grade Spirit Stones could not be produced in large-scale Spirit Stone mines. With Mara besieging the center of the formation, Jinling could not just stand by and watch. Furthermore, the current Mara looked like a cornered dog that would do something desperate. Otherwise, he would not have exposed himself to Jinling so easily. When the four blood devils joined hands to attack the center of the formation, with a thought from Lu Ping, the cloud sail expanded once again. The cloud light directly covered a small portion of the formation, blocking a small portion of the attack from the four blood devils. And because Lu Ping had forcefully controlled the cloud sail, the cloud rock's spiritual light suddenly dimmed. Lu Ping took the opportunity to speed up the refinement. The purplish-blue Zhen Yuan immediately entered the cloud rock's eyes. Lightning shot out from the cloud rock's eyes. On the surface of the cloud sail, the three large characters formed by countless runes suddenly collapsed. The runes reformed on the surface of the sail, forming a golden-winged cloud rock that was about to take flight. The cloud rock seemed to have completely come to life on the surface of the sail. It soared back and forth on the huge sail, and even clear cries came from the sail. However, at this time, the cultivators of the various sects were no longer in the mood to be envious of Jinling's 8th Tribulation Lightning Spirit treasure. After blocking the combined attack of 20 Blood Mara, the center of the formation was finally broken by the combined attack of 4 Jade Shura. Hundreds of Mara swarmed in and began a fierce melee with the cultivators of the various sects inside the formation. The Spirit Stone mine of Frost Island was on the verge of destruction. Once these Mara invaded the mine, not only would the mine be quickly destroyed by these Mara, but with the resources of the Spirit Stone mine, the Mara would be able to quickly grow stronger. It would probably be extremely difficult to take back the mine, even with the strength of the entire North Sea. The two Laozu, Tian Shui and Tian Fan, joined hands again to fight. They struggled in the air to tangle with 2 Jade Shura, while the middle Dharma stage Laozu, Dongji Laozu, Feng Shidao Laozu, and Haihun Laozu worked together to fight against the other 2 Jade Shura. In order to avoid being surrounded by the 20 or so blood demon Luos in the sky, the remaining early Dharma elders had no choice but to rely on the remnants of the formation to continue defending. Jinling's Tian Shu and Tian Shan's 2 Laozu had already made their move again. They entered the center of the formation to help the various sects defend against the other blood Mara's damage to the formation. The heavily injured Tian Chung Laozu was now at the center of the formation to help Jinling strengthen the defense of the formation's protective shield. This was to prevent a large group of Mara from suddenly coming back to attack Jinling's medium-sized Spirit Stone mine. The more than 10 top-grade Spirit Stones around Jinling Xianchen had already been replaced. Some of the more important positions had even been replaced 3 or 4 times. More than 10 top-grade Spirit Stones had already been used up in this battle, and the number was still increasing. Other than that, the hundreds of slots for the high-grade Spirit Stones had been used up even more. The reason why Jinling was able to reduce the casualties to this extent this time was partly because of the Laozu, partly because of the cloud sails, and partly because of the unity of the disciples. But most importantly, It had to be said that Jinling Xianchun had been managing the mother-child traction formation. After Lu Ping had completely refined the cloud sails, the golden rock once again shrunk into a small bird the size of a palm. The bird landed on Lu Ping's shoulder and turned its head to peck at the feathers on its body. It then spoke in the human language and said, "Master, you're taking advantage of me when I'm down. If I was still full of spirituality and my strength was not sealed with your level of cultivation, the golden rock might not have been willing to recognize me as its master." Lu Ping smiled proudly and said, "You can't blame me for this. The situation was dangerous at that time. Only by slowly unsealing and refining myself could I protect my life from the attacks of those demonic cultivators and save my disciples, right?" The golden rock flapped its wings on Lu Ping's shoulder and said, "Just now, it seemed that an old friend of mine had awakened the golden rock from its seal. Do you know where it is now, master?" Lu Ping said, "You mean the vast sea bell? It is now in the hands of a mid-dharma adept, Xiang Lu Laozu. It came to rescue us just now, but just now, it was chased away by a jade shura." Lu Ping's mind moved, and the golden rock flapped its wings and flew into the cloud sails. Lu Ping threw the cloud sails up, and a huge sail that was 10 feet tall and 30 feet wide rose up from the formation shield that Jinling was guarding. Jinling Xianchun, who was presiding over the formation, immediately understood. The island's protective formation immediately merged with the cloud sails, and the entire formation was immediately protected by the mother-child traction formation and the cloud sails. The cloud sails, in addition to its extraordinary ability to resist the demonic cultivator's soul-devouring magic, were itself a defensive spirit treasure, and it was a large-scale defensive spirit treasure. After being completely subdued and refined by Lu Ping, it could easily merge with the island's protective formation as one. Lu Ping only relaxed after leaving the cloud sails in the area that Jinling was guarding. He immediately flew out of the formation and attacked a Mara that was attacking the central formation. At this time, although the cloud sails were far away from Lu Ping, the artifact spirit of the cloud sails, the golden rock, had been completely refined by Lu Ping. Right now, even the East Pole Laozu of the Blue Sea sect could not snatch the cloud sails from Lu Ping's hands, so Lu Ping was naturally very relieved. At this moment, Daoist Xian Sun had also organized a medium-sized 3 talents 5 elements grand formation, consisting of 32 Zhenling sect core forging cultivators. They charged out from the area where Zhenling sect was stationed and began harassing Mo Luo's rear, who was besieging the central grand formation, in order to reduce the pressure on the cultivators, who were besieged by the central grand formation, as much as possible. As for the blood condensation cultivators, there were nearly 1,000 blood condensation disciples that Jinling had sent to Frost Island. After this battle, the number of casualties had already exceeded 500. Jinling Xianchun could not bear to send these disciples to the battlefield no matter what. Moreover, with the current situation, the blood condensation disciples would only be cannon fodder if they went out. More and more Mara rushed into the central formation. The entire central formation was already full of holes. Amidst all kinds of screams and screams, many Mara had even broken through the blockade of the cultivators of the various sects and burrowed into the spirit stone mines. Clang! Seeing that the central formation was about to be completely destroyed, the vast ocean bell rang again outside of Frost Island. Mara's originally frenzied attacks immediately stopped. The cultivators of the various sects took the opportunity to counterattack and continuously drove Mara away. As if he sensed something, Lu Ping raised his head and looked behind him. Joy immediately appeared on his face. At the place where the sky and water met, a dozen or so flying lights were flying towards Frost Island. The 2 flying lights at the front had already arrived in the sky, just a few miles away from Frost Island, in a few flashes. Who else could it be other than the 2 great cultivators, Dao Sheng and Tian Xiang? Chapter 928. After Lu Ping exited the Jinling formation, he headed straight for the water Shura, whose primordial spiritual treasure had been broken by Tiancheng Laozu at the cost of being seriously injured. Although this blood Shura's primordial spiritual treasure had been broken by Tiancheng Laozu, and he had lost almost half of his strength, even so, this blood Shura's strength was still at the early Dharma stage. His strength might not be weaker than someone like Tianshu Laozu. For a blood Shura with such strength, it was easy for Lu Ping to seriously injure it under a sneak attack, but it was extremely difficult to kill it in one blow. If this blood Shura tried his best to escape, Lu Ping would probably have to use all his means. Moreover, there were quite a number of blood Shura madly attacking the central formation. If the surrounding blood Shura rushed over to help, if Lu Ping was too late, he would probably be surrounded by dumplings. At this time, the Dharma Laozu of the various sects in the North Sea had finally come to help. The dozens of flowing lights in the sky were obviously more than 10 Dharma adepts, and the two great adepts, Dao Sheng and Tian Xiang, took the lead and arrived near Frost Island in the blink of an eye. Originally, there was still a thick black mist in the sky that had blotted out the sky from the Great Devil Cultivation Formation. But with the arrival of the two great cultivators, the entire world seemed to have changed, and the mist from before had completely disappeared at some point. After the arrival of the two great adepts, to everyone's surprise, the two Laozu did not immediately make a move to turn the situation around. Instead, they stopped a few miles away from Frost Island and did not move forward. At this time, the situation on Frost Island was already very dangerous. More and more Mara had broken through the blockade of the various sects and entered the Spirit Stone mine. Fortunately, the various sects' cultivators' attention was focused on the Great Shura, so most of the Shura that broke into the Spirit Stone mine were minor repairs Shura that were equivalent to the blood condensation stage. There were only a few great Shura that were at the core forging stage. However, these two Laozu were not completely idle. Tian Xiang Laozu saw that the two Laozu, Tian Fan and Tian Shui, were struggling to resist the attacks of the two Jade Shura. If it was not for the wind and snow dual fan, they would probably have been defeated long ago. Tian Xiang Laozu casually flicked his finger at the surface of the sea, and a stream of water flowed from the surface of the sea into midair. Then, this stream of water continuously split into hundreds of small tributaries, forming a giant net in midair, and covered one of the Jade Shura that was fighting against the two Laozu, Tian Shui and Tian Fan. At the same time, Dao Sheng Laozu also made a move. Dao Sheng Laozu only lightly pointed his finger, and the Jade Shura that was suppressing Feng Shidao and Hai Hun Laozu suddenly let out a strange cry. Its body moved in a very strange posture, and its shoulder was cut by Dao Sheng Laozu's sword qi. Lu Ping could see it clearly from afar, and he guessed that this was Jinling's main skill, the mystical ape water manipulation art. Lu Ping secretly compared it to his own water manipulation art, and he realized that the two were similar in terms of subtlety. However, Lu Ping's cultivation was too low, and he had only cultivated for a short period of time. His understanding of this kind of god power was far inferior to that of Tian Xiang Laozu, who had cultivated for nearly 1,000 years. Naturally, he could not use the god power of turning water into a net. Tian Xiang Laozu's water net god power was amazing, and it only took a moment for the Jade Shura to be unable to deal with it. Tian Fan and Tian Shui, the two Laozu, were suddenly under a lot of pressure. However, the Jade Shura's cultivation was still there. Although Tian Xiang Laozu's god power was fierce, it did not trap the Jade Shura for long. Soon it broke free from the water net. Tian Xiang Laozu and Dao Sheng Laozu, after each of them made a move, hovered in the air above Frost Island, and did not move. In just a moment, the escaping lights that were following Tian Xiang and Dao Sheng Laozu had caught up. In the leading yellow escaping light, Tian Kong Laozu shouted. The mountain-splitting axe in his hand carried an unparalleled power, and it slashed towards the Jade Shura that had just broken free from the water net. At the same time, Tian Feng Laozu swept up a whirlwind and swept past Tian Kong Laozu, heading towards a blood Shura that was fighting with Tian Shu Laozu. Immediately after that, more than 10 Dharma adepts from each sect arrived, and the situation on Huangli Island was suddenly reversed. The Mara clan, which originally had an overwhelming advantage, was now being attacked by the human adepts. If it were not for the large spirit stone mine, the Mara clan would have been defeated long ago. Lu Ping took advantage of this opportunity to suddenly attack the water Shura. Four flying swords spread out from different directions, intertwining to form a huge sword formation in midair, trapping the unguarded water Shura in the sword formation. Although the blood Shura still had the power of a Dharma adept without its companion spiritual treasure, it was unable to break through the great sword formation that Lu Ping had carefully set up. However, it would be extremely difficult for Lu Ping to use the sword formation to kill it. Lu Ping's mind moved, and the water vapor in the sky condensed. In an instant, the wind and clouds gathered, forming a dark cloud in midair, and flashes of lightning brewed and flashed. Lu Ping made a few hand signs and muttered to himself. Finally he shouted, "Fall!" Countless bolts of bluish-purple lightning changed shapes in midair. But in the end, they all fell into the sword formation. In the core space, near the two most core remarkable power talismans, a remarkable power talisman that flashed with lightning was like a glutton, swallowing the thick Danxia purple gas around it. In the sky above Frost Island's great formation, rays of Kuei water remarkable power continuously struck the sword formation. Only the blood-curdling screams of the blood Shura could be heard. Lu Ping was still unmoved. The inner yuan in his body was being consumed rapidly, supporting the continuous casting of the Kuei water divine thunder. There were also Mara who tried to attack Lu Ping in the surroundings to help the blood Shura that was trapped by Lu Ping's sword formation. However, the Dharma adepts that had reached the Dharma stage had been intentionally blocked by Laozu. The other Grand Shura level Mara, under the protection of the small black flag above Lu Ping's head, could not even break through Lu Ping's protective light screen. The dark clouds in the sky continuously struck down 18 bolts of Kuei water divine thunder. Finally, the blood Shura in the sword formation was completely exhausted, no longer able to resist the strangulation of Lu Ping's sword formation. In just a moment, a puff of extremely pure water origin spiritual qi exploded from the sword formation, and then quickly dissipated between heaven and earth. At this moment, the world was suddenly filled with an extremely oppressive aura. Even Lu Ping, who had a bloodline that could almost ignore the pressure of a Grand Shura, could feel an extremely strong throbbing. When Lu Ping looked up, he saw the two Grand Shura outside Frost Island, who were originally indifferent, looking at something with solemn expressions. Then the entire Frost Island began to shake violently. It wasn't just Frost Island. Even the sea around Frost Island began to shake violently. Countless waves surged up and directly smashed down many of the icebergs on the shores of Frost Island. The sounds of ice cliffs collapsing into the sea continuously came from all around Frost Island. Lu Ping seemed to sense something. His eyes flashed with green light as he looked into the distance. He saw many white lines forming where the water and sky met, and then rapidly advancing towards Frost Island. Lu Ping was greatly shocked. He looked around and saw a white line rising from the surface of the sea in every direction. These white lines were connected to each other and formed a giant circle. With Frost Island as the center, the circle was shrinking at an extremely fast rate. This reminded Lu Ping of the Silver Sword Island in the Eastern Sea. The scene of the Kuan Fish clan's Grand Shura attacking the island was a close shave. The situation in front of him was obviously much greater than that Kuan Fish clan's Grand Shura cultivator back then. As the white lines approached, the huge waves grew taller and taller, even far surpassing the tallest iceberg on Frost Island. As long as the surging waves converged on Frost Island, the entire Frost Island would be completely submerged by the sea. At this moment, Dao Sheng and Tian Xiang, the two Grand Shura Laozu, finally moved. One was in the south while the other was in the north. A 3-feet-long cudgel appeared in the hand of the celestial phenomenon patriarch. He threw the cudgel towards the huge waves coming from the north. The huge waves immediately calmed down and fell back down to the surface of the sea in a strange manner. Dao Sheng Laozu, on the other hand, went straight towards the huge waves coming from the south. Gusts of wind pressure crushed forward with Dao Sheng Laozu as the center. The huge waves that had already piled up to 50 to 60 meters were blown backwards by Dao Sheng Laozu's wind pressure. A huge gap also appeared in the south. Even so, the huge waves from the east and west were still pressing towards Frost Island. Although the two Grand Shura cultivators Tianxiang and Daosheng had neutralized the huge waves from the north and south, the power contained in the huge waves was still so strong that the two Grand Shura cultivators had to suppress it with all their might. However, they had no time to care about the huge waves coming from the east and west. Just as the entire Frost Island was about to be submerged in the giant wave, a low roar suddenly came from the eastern sea region. A giant tail that was dozens of meters long suddenly stretched out from the giant wave. The giant tail abruptly swung and smashed onto the giant wave. Half of the giant wave collapsed in an instant. Then, the giant tail swept horizontally again, and the entire eastern sea region was completely calmed down. At the same time, a primordial giant crocodile appeared in the western sea and suppressed the huge waves coming from the west. Why would the demon race appear here? Moreover, those who could neutralize the huge waves with Tianxiang and Daosheng must also be two Grand Shura cultivators. Only the primordial giant crocodile clan had two Grand Shura cultivators in the entire North Sea. This was also why the primordial giant crocodile clan had the absolute right to speak among the North Sea demon race. Before Lu Ping could react to the huge change in front of him, he saw the two Laozu cultivators, Tianxiang and Daosheng, converging towards the center of Frost Island from the north and south, and two burly but fierce-looking elders from the east and west. They're going to, very soon. Lu Ping knew the reason. At this time in the sky above Frost Island, an ordinary-looking Shura that looked like a human was standing there. Unlike the Jade Shura, whose skin color had changed due to the influence of the origin Qi, this Shura looked no different from an ordinary person except for its eyes. Azura. Above the Jade Shura, the cultivation level was equivalent to that of a Grand Shura. However, because it had a companion spirit treasure that was comparable to a pure Yang spirit treasure, it far surpassed a late Dharma realm Grand Shura. Its strength was even close to that of the pure Yang Laozu's Azura. Chapter 929. No wonder the two great cultivators, Daosheng and Tianxiang, hadn't acted in time to eliminate Mara after the reinforcements from the North Sea had arrived. There was an Azura spying on them. It seemed that the two Laozu, Daosheng and Tianxiang, had discovered Mara's weakness. Mara had his own plans. He had originally planned to have two Jade Shuras lead the Mara clan to attack Frost Island, while the Mara would lead the remaining two Jade Shuras, and a group of Mara to intercept the cultivators heading north to reinforce Frost Island. The forces gathered by Mara should have been enough to carry out their plan, but two unexpected things happened. One was that Xiang Lu Laozu, who wielded the Bell of the Ocean, acted alone and avoided Mara's interception, appearing near Frost Island. The second was that the North Sea humans and demons, who were originally enemies, had secretly joined forces. Because of Xiang Lu Laozu's appearance and harassment, the sects of the North Sea managed to hold on under the great formation that the demonic cultivators had secretly set up. At the same time, they managed to restrain the existence of a Jade Shura. With the cooperation of the humans and demons, the human cultivators easily broke through the obstruction of Mara's group led by the Azura and arrived at Frost Island Sea in time. At this time, Lu Ping was hiding in a quiet place within Jinling's Island's great formation. He didn't join the cultivators of the other sects in chasing after the defeated Mara. Lu Ping held an upper-rank spirit stone in his hand. As he recovered his inner energy, he used his mind to observe the changes in his heart core space. The higher the rank of a Mara, the purer its origin essence was. After a blood Azura died, and its corpse returned to its origin, the origin essence it emitted was naturally enough to make Lu Ping drool. Although this origin essence was extremely difficult to collect, Lu Ping had Ling Long, a spirit treasure made from Taoist ape's natal spirit treasure, the spirit calming iron. The moment the blood Azura was killed by Lu Ping, she managed to collect a certain amount of origin essence in time. This was also why Lu Ping had chosen to ambush the water Shura. Apart from the fact that its natal spirit treasure was shattered by Tiancheng Laozu to avenge Laozu, Another important reason was that this blood Azura's origin essence was suitable for Lu Ping to absorb. Although Lu Ping had Linglong to help collect the origin essence, it was extremely difficult to store. If Lu Ping didn't absorb and refine it in time, Linglong wouldn't be able to keep it for too long. Although Lu Ping seemed to be recovering his inner true essence, most of his energy was spent on refining this water attribute origin essence. Inside the core space, every time a wisp of essence escaped from Linglong's wine cauldron, it would immediately be swallowed by the purple mist, and then absorbed by the golden core at the center of the core space. To be more precise, it was absorbed by the strange serpent inside the golden core. And every time Lu Ping absorbed a wisp of dispersed essence, he could clearly feel a significant increase in his cultivation base. It could save him at least a month's worth of cultivation. When Lu Ping finished absorbing Linglong's origin essence, Lu Ping felt as if he had been in seclusion for 2 or 3 years. It was still a chaotic battle outside of Frost Island. Although the human race had the absolute advantage right now, the destruction of the Great Formation at the center had caused the human race and Devil Luo to mix together a long time ago. There was me and you and me. Even if they wanted to cast large area of effect offensive divine abilities, they were still restricted. They could only fight in close combat. At this time, Lu Ping obviously couldn't cultivate in seclusion for a long time. After he finished refining the origin essence, Lu Ping threw himself into the pursuit of Mara. However, when Lu Ping got up, Linglong's wine cauldron spat out a translucent bead. It was a miniature spirit gathering bead. Previously, Linglong had said that it could condense a miniature spirit vein from a recently fallen blood Shura. He didn't expect it to actually succeed. However, when Linglong said this, she thought that Lu Ping would only be able to condense a spirit gathering bead through the wine cauldron after his cultivation reached the Dharma stage. She didn't expect that Lu Ping would be able to fully utilize the power of a spirit treasure and condense a miniature spirit gathering bead when he was only at the peak of the core forging stage. Dao Sheng Tian Xiang, the 2 demon race cultivators, and the Azura were long gone from the sky above Frost Island. Only 4 Jade Shuras were still fighting the mid-Dharma adepts of the North Sea sections. The remaining 20 or so Blood Mara had already fled in all directions. The sects of the North Sea seemed to have made up their minds to win this battle. Many Dharma adepts had already begun to work together to hunt down the traces of Mara. At the same time, among the turbulent waves, demon cultivators in human form occasionally rushed out of the sea and joined forces with the human cultivators to kill the defeated Mara. Tian Kong Laozu had already given up on the Jade Shura that he was fighting with earlier. Even though he could fight a Jade Shura to a standstill with the mountain-splitting axe, it was almost impossible for him to win. Tian Kong Laozu gave up on the Jade Shura and turned to join forces with Tian Fan and Tian Shui to kill the other Jade Shura. Now that the human cultivators had firmly gained the upper hand, the defeat of Mara was already a foregone conclusion. Without Tian Kong Laozu's entanglement, the Jade Shura was eager to have a chance to escape. However, in reality, even without Tian Kong Laozu's obstruction, there were still cultivators from the other sects who came forward to stop the Jade Shura. This was an extremely rare opportunity to capture all the North Sea Mara in one fell swoop. Naturally, no sect would be willing to play any tricks. Even the demon race cultivators who rushed to help were the same. Right now, the Jade Shura that Tian Kong Laozu had abandoned had already been surrounded and killed by the 2 mid-Dharma adepts of the human race and 2 demon race cultivators Laozu. After Lu Ping flew out of Frost Island, he reached out and waved his hand. The cloud sail that was floating above the area where Jinling was stationed shrank back to the size of a palm and was put into his core space. At this time, the human race cultivators had already joined forces to chase Mara out of Frost Island. Right now, the entire sea outside Frost Island was a battlefield. The human and demon race cultivators were working together to kill the defeated Mara in the sea and in the sky. There was no need for the cloud sail to help Jinling's island protection formation. Lu Ping's divine consciousness swept out. Then he turned and headed southeast. The Mara that he met along the way avoided him, And Lu Ping's pair of flying swords did not stay idle either. They followed Lu Ping as he flew, killing everything in his way. By the time Lu Ping stopped, at least 4 or 5 great shuras of the core forging stage had been killed by him. There were even more shuras that were undergoing minor repairs. At this time, the 3 Laozu of Tianshan, Tianfeng, and Tianshu were working together to kill a wind shura in the Dharma stage. Although this shura had been suppressed by the 3 Laozu, it was impossible to kill it in a short period of time. The wind shura had a companion spiritual treasure in his hand that seemed to be in between a tangible and intangible state. It swam around his body, causing the 3 Laozu of Tianshan, Tianfeng, and Tianshu to be extremely wary and unable to attack freely. From Lu Ping's point of view, rather than saying that the 3 of them were besieging the blood shura, it was more accurate to say that the 3 of them were working together to prevent the shura from escaping. If this continued, the wind shura would definitely be able to find an opening in their defense and escape. Lu Ping saw that among the 3 Laozu, Laozu of Tianfeng was the most proactive. Looking at the faintly discernible silk-like companion spiritual treasure around the wind shura, he wondered if Uncle Tianfeng had taken a fancy to this companion spiritual treasure. Lu Ping swung the 5 elements cloud-light robe behind him to conceal his figure, and fled to the periphery of the 3 Laozu. At this time, the wind shura swept away the 2 Laozu of Tianfeng and Tianshu. The 2 of them were wary of the power of this companion spiritual treasure, and did not dare to face it head-on. They could only retreat. However, they did not expect the wind shura to transform into a gust of wind and rush at full force towards Tianshan Laozu, who had the strongest defense among the 3. Tianfeng Laozu looked anxious and said, "Oh no, the wind shura is going to leave." As he spoke, the wind shura had already broken through Tianshan Laozu's obstruction. Just as he was about to transform into a gust of wind and escape, a piercingly cold sword qi unexpectedly shot out from Tianshan Laozu's side. The sword qi split into 4 in mid-air, but its power was not reduced at all. As the 4 sword qi slashed down from the sky, even the space that the sword qi passed through began to wrinkle, as if it was about to be cut by the sword qi at any time, let alone the oncoming wind. Under such circumstances, the wind azura was naturally blocked, so he could only revert to his original form. The faintly discernible belt of wind turned into a green substance, blocking, circling, and shaking at the 4 streaks of sword qi in the air. The 4 streaks of sword qi were actually sent flying backwards in different directions. A small flag with a mast suddenly appeared in the void. With a gentle wave of the flag, countless clouds surged up from the surface of the flag. The 4 strands of sword qi slashed into the clouds like clay oxen entering the sea. In just a moment, the wind shura had already lost the opportunity to break free from the 3 Tianfeng Laozu's entanglement. It was once again surrounded by Tianfeng Laozu's group. What was different was that this time, there were not 3 people attacking the wind shura, but 4. Above Lu Ping's head was the cloud sail. Around him were 4 flying swords, the beautiful lady in autumn waters, and the flowing stream. He was right in front of the wind azura. The reason why Tianshan, Tianfeng, and Laozu could not do anything to the wind shura earlier was that none of them could withstand the power of the wind shura's companion spiritual treasure head-on. Now that Lu Ping had the cloud sail, an authentic defensive spiritual treasure, the 4 of them had the ability to face the wind shura head-on. The wind shura, who had suppressed the power of the companion spiritual treasure, was at best an ordinary early Dharma adept. It was no match for the 3 Tianshan, Tianfeng, and Tianshu Laozu's combined forces. Furthermore, the 2 pairs of flying swords in Lu Ping's hands were not something an ordinary early Dharma adept could underestimate. Under the suppression of absolute power, the wind shura very quickly had one of its legs broken by Tianshan Laozu's mountain driving whip. Immediately after, the wind shura's belt of wind, that was trying to entangle Tianshu Laozu, was once again blocked by the cloud sail. Tianfeng Laozu took the opportunity to slash the wind wheel at its back. Even though the wind shura tried its best to dodge, half of its shoulder was still sliced off. The wind shura, who had been severely injured, saw that there was no hope of escaping. It wrapped the belt of wind around its body and charged towards Tianfeng Laozu. However, the wind Shura only felt a flash of light before its eyes. It looked at the familiar body in front of it with a confused expression. Why did this headless body look so familiar? Chapter 930. Looking at the broken wind belt, Tianfeng Laozu sighed and said, "This is not unexpected. At least these fragments can be used to strengthen my wind wheels. In this way, it will be enough for me to condense the ninth spirit fostering restriction in the future." In previous tribulations of Mara, the number of Shuemara and above who had died was not small. However, there were very few people who could obtain their accompanying spiritual treasures from Mara. Most of the time when Mara died, their accompanying spiritual treasures would be broken or even self-destructed. If they were lucky, they might leave behind some of the essence of their accompanying spiritual treasures, which were excellent spiritual materials used to improve the quality of magic weapons. Even so, whenever the cultivators of the human clan, or the monster clan, had the opportunity to kill blood demon Luo, they would expect to be lucky enough to get the companion spiritual treasure in his hand after killing him. Therefore, after the companion spiritual treasure obtained in this way was modified and passed the Thunder Tribulation, it would become a Thunder Tribulation spiritual treasure that could be put into use immediately. This was much faster than constantly upgrading an ordinary magic treasure to a Thunder Tribulation spiritual treasure. Although it was extremely difficult for the modified companion spiritual treasure to pass the Thunder Tribulation, and it was extremely difficult to exert the full power of the spiritual treasure after passing it, this did not prevent the cultivators from looking forward to this method of obtaining spiritual treasures quickly. Tianfeng Laozu teamed up with Tianshan and Tianshu Laozu in order to get the wind belt in the Shueshura's hand. However, they returned in disappointment. Tianshan Laozu smiled and said, "It's normal that we didn't get the accompanying spiritual treasures. If we did, it would mean that we are very lucky." Tianfeng Laozu's expression changed. He put away the broken pieces of the Shura's wind belt and used the spirit sealing talisman to suppress them in the spirit sealing box. This was to prevent the original wind attribute essence from completely dissipating. He looked at Lu Ping and said, "I originally wanted to borrow this mini treasure's boy's fate to obtain a companion spiritual treasure, but I didn't expect it to still fail." Back then, Lu Ping had gifted Tianlin Laozu the primordial spiritual treasure he had obtained in the Yingyu swamp. After Tianjiang Laozu had modified it, Tianlin Laozu had helped the primordial spiritual treasure overcome the Thunder Tribulation and become a first tribulation spiritual treasure. This had made many Jinling Laozu envious. Lu Ping naturally knew that Tianfeng Laozu was joking. He smiled and did not reply. Instead, he focused most of his divine sense on the Linglong wine cauldron in his heart core space. "How is it?" asked Lu Ping. He knew that Linglong had completed the cauldron. A miniature spirit gathering pearl flew out of the cauldron. Linglong's head emerged from the cauldron and said, "The essence dissipated too quickly, so I didn't capture it. Besides, you can't use the wind attribute essence, and the formation of this spirit gathering pearl is too difficult. Fortunately, you have killed many Mara along the way, and Linglong has absorbed a lot along the way, so this blood Shura has condensed a spirit gathering pearl." The conversation between the two was through divine sense, so the three Laozu did not know. Although Linglong said that she could condense a miniature spirit gathering pearl, or a miniature spirit vein, by absorbing the essence of a fallen blood Shura, that was under ideal circumstances. Usually, when a blood Mara died, Linglong could only gather half of the essence at most, and this was under the condition that Lu Ping was prepared. At this time, Tianshu Laozu suddenly said, "I have just received news that Haihun Laozu of the Haiyan sect and 2 early Dharma adepts from the sect have joined forces to kill a blood Shura and obtained a companion spiritual treasure." Tianfeng Laozu cursed and said, "Damn it, they are so lucky." Tianshan Laozu said, "Even if they obtain a companion spiritual treasure, it is not easy to modify it and help it pass the Thunder trial. As far as I know, the Haiyan sect does not have a master crafting weapon. Moreover, not everyone in the North Sea is willing to risk their own thunder trial to help a spiritual treasure pass the thunder trial. Tianshu Laozu nodded and said, "Exactly. But what should we do next? Should we continue to join forces to kill the Blood Shura?" Tianshan Laozu shook his head and said, "By now, the Blood Mara who can escape has long escaped. Those who have not escaped are already in a desperate situation. They do not need our help, lest the adepts from other sects misunderstand our motives." Seeing that everyone nodded in agreement, Tianshan Laozu continued to instruct, "The most important thing now is to command the disciples to destroy the ordinary Blood Mara army that has lost the guidance of the Blood Mara. At the same time, protect the disciples. Senior brother Tianshu, you also need to command the disciples to destroy the Mara, who have infiltrated the large spirit stone mine in the center. Although most of these Mara are underground minor repairs Azuras, there are very few great Azuras at the core forging stage. They can be given to the disciples as a training mission. But I still need you to be there to protect the disciples and prevent the other sects from taking advantage of the mine." Tianshu Laozu nodded and said, "That's right." After Tianshan Laozu finished instructing, Lu Ping was about to leave when he heard Tianshan Laozu say, "Don't go. The battle has just ended. This time, our sect has suffered heavy casualties, especially your senior uncle Tiancheng. His injuries are even more serious. You are the only alchemist grandmaster on Frost Island now, so it is time for you to leave." Lu Ping wasn't in the mood to stay on Frost Island at all, but Tianshan Laozu's reason couldn't be refuted by Lu Ping. He could only say, "This disciple has already checked on senior uncle Tiancheng's injuries. Let's wait for senior grandmaster Fornax to arrive first. As for the injuries of the other disciples, I believe that the disciples of the Pill Pavilion will arrive soon. This time, we have prepared enough healing pills, we just need to use the right medicine." Tianshan Laozu didn't hear Lu Ping's intention to evade. He thought that Lu Ping wanted to escape because of Tiancheng Laozu's injuries. So he said, "I also know that junior brother Tiancheng's damaged origin is extremely difficult to recover. However, there is a grandmaster on Frost Island who is healing the disciples. This will be a great help in calming the hearts of the disciples." Lu Ping had no choice but to say, "I won't hide it from you, senior uncle. On my way here, I discovered an extremely important clue. Right now, I really don't have the mood to stay on Frost Island. I have to go investigate. Please allow me to report to you when the time comes." Before Tianshan Laozu could ask more, Lu Ping had already disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Tianshan Laozu sighed helplessly and turned to return to Frost Island. It wasn't that Lu Ping didn't want to invite Tianshan Laozu along, but if the place Lu Ping was going to was really dangerous, not only would Tianshan Laozu not be able to help, he might even be a burden to him. Of course, if it was Tian Fan, Tian Kong, or other mid-Dharma Laozu, it would be a different story. However, right now they were besieging the Jade Shura, and were at a critical moment, so they naturally didn't have the time to care about other things. Moreover, Lu Ping himself wanted to get the benefits first, so he didn't want to bring others to share his own benefits. Just as Lu Ping left Frost Island and headed southeast, the spirit of the Golden House, Ruyu, suddenly communicated with Lu Ping through telepathy. She said, "Master, it's in this direction." Ruyu can already sense that the treasured ship has sunk in the deep sea a few hundred miles away. Lu Ping was overjoyed and said, "Really?" Ruyu hesitated for a moment and said, "It is indeed in the direction of the treasured ship." However, Ruyu can only sense the approximate location of the treasured ship. "I don't know its exact location." Lu Ping didn't mind. However, at this time, Lu Ping saw the three Laozu of Sky Mountain, Tianfeng, and Tianshu besieging the Blood Azura. He had no choice but to go and lend a hand. After Lu Ping bid farewell to Laozu of Sky Mountain, he flew southeast until he was 300 miles away. At this time, Lu Ping had no choice but to cover his body with the Cloud Light 5 Elements raiment. Along the way, Lu Ping discovered that a portion of the Azuras, who were fleeing in all directions from Frost Island, had started to gather in the direction Lu Ping was going. At the beginning, Lu Ping was still on a whim. He used his dual flying swords to kill the Asuras he encountered. However, as Lu Ping went further and further, the number of Asuras he encountered became more and more frequent. Their cultivations also grew higher and higher. In the end, they simply gathered into a torrent, flying in the sky or swimming in the water. Lu Ping knew that something was wrong. However, Ru Yu's perception of the treasured ship was in the direction of the defeated Asuras. At this time, Lu Ping didn't dare to show himself and kill the Asuras. He simply concealed his tracks and began to follow this group of Asuras towards the southeast. When this group of Mara was 500 miles away, the group had already gathered nearly 700 to 800. Among them, there were dozens of big Mara who were in the core forging realm. Lu Ping hid himself even more. At this time, this group of Mara collectively sank towards the bottom of the sea. Lu Ping's heart moved. He silently escaped into the sea and continued to follow this group of Mara towards the southeast. This group of Mara continued to flee towards the southeast for 200 to 300 miles. During this time, they also sank deeper and deeper into the sea. According to Lu Ping's estimation, they were at least 3,000 to 4,000 meters below the surface of the sea. However, according to Ru Yu's perception, Lu Ping actually knew the direction that Fei Ling Sec's treasured ship was heading towards. Now he was still heading in the same direction as this group of Mara. At this time, it would be unreasonable for Lu Ping to not suspect that this group of Mara had the same destination as him. Lu Ping's consciousness sank into the house of gold and asked, Ru Yu, I remember that you once said that there was a large spirit vein in the treasured ship? Ru Yu thought for a moment and said, That's right. However, because I was taken away from the house of gold, and the treasured ship sank, that large spirit vein had already been selected at the bottom of the sea if it hadn't dissipated yet. That's why it was preserved. As soon as Ru Yu's voice fell, she heard a clamor from the group of Mara ahead. They faintly revealed a hint of joy. When Lu Ping looked up, he saw a huge trench at the bottom of the sea in front of him. This group of Mara directly sank into the trench and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The bottom of the sea was already 4,000 to 5,000 meters deep. However, after Lu Ping used the 3 Pure One's true pupils, the situation at the bottom of the sea was still very clear. Lu Ping stood at the edge of the trench and looked down. A huge ship covered with seaweed mud was lying quietly at the bottom of the sea. The group of several hundred Mara were diving towards the ship. From afar, it looked like a group of ants crawling towards a huge tree. Chapter 931. The treasure ship was a common tool used to communicate between the overseas training world and the central training world. At the same time, it was also a necessary way to pass through the stormy ocean that separated the two realms. At the same time, it was also the only way to set up a long-distance teleporter for the overseas large sects to be recognized by the entire training world. Other than having at least 2 Dharma adepts and at least 10 third-generation Dharma adepts, the most important thing was for the sect to have the ability to communicate between the two realms. Only then would it be possible to be recognized by the central training world and even the entire training world. All these requirements would be focused on one thing, and that was the treasure ship. And the treasure ship was not only a reflection of the heritage of a sect, but more importantly, it was a symbol of the status of a large sect. According to what Lu Ping knew, a treasure ship had to be at least 140 feet long and 400 feet wide. These were just minor details. The key was that the shell of the treasure ship had to be at least an upper-grade ritual weapon, made from top-grade spiritual materials. The use of the keel of the treasure ship had to be at least at the level of a magic weapon, or even higher. In addition, the other important parts of the treasure ship needed to be above the level of a top-grade ritual weapon. The upper-grade ritual weapon used on the shell was the most inferior part of the treasure ship. There was a space in the key parts of the treasure ship. Some rich sects might directly embed a treasure grotto heaven in it. If they could not, a space grotto heaven at the level of a ritual weapon could be supported. However, compared to a treasure grotto heaven, there was naturally a big difference. The treasure ship of the failing sect obviously did not embed a treasure grotto heaven in it. This was not to say that the failing sect did not have the ability to create a treasure grotto heaven, but the requirements to embed a treasure grotto heaven on the treasure ship were far greater than the requirements to embed a treasure grotto heaven at the level of a ritual weapon. And in this grotto heaven, the most important thing was to be able to accumulate a large spirit vein to create a false earth vein. When the treasure ship traveled in the sea, when it resisted the wind and waves, and when it passed through the dangerous environment of the stormy ocean, it needed a large spirit vein as a source of power. In addition, there were 3 other important factors. The first was to have a Dharma adept. This was a prerequisite for the treasure ship to be able to pass through the stormy ocean. It was also the key factor for a treasure ship to be used as a deterrent. It was also the reason why a large sect needed at least 2 Dharma adepts. At the very least, one of them could stay in the sect, and the other could guard the treasure ship. The second was a master of arrays. From the outside to the inside, there were countless runes engraved on the treasure ship. The entire treasure ship could be said to be an independent space of arrays. This was an important way to defend against enemies, and also an important indicator of the quality of the treasure ship. One of the most important reasons why the outer shell of the treasure ship had to be assembled with high-grade spirit materials was to be able to withstand the huge force generated by the activation and operation of the entire treasure ship formation. Secondly, it was to resist all kinds of dangers that might be encountered during the voyage. The third was the artifact spirit of the entire treasure ship. With the existence of an artifact spirit, cultivators could save a lot of true essence when driving the treasure ship on the sea. It could also adjust the resources of the spirit veins in time, and it could also help the array formation master coordinate the activation of the treasure ship's array formation. The third was the spirit of the treasure ship. With the existence of a spirit, it could save the cultivator a lot of Zhen Yuan when driving the treasure ship on the sea. It could also adjust the resources of the spirit vein in time, and it could also help the master of arrays coordinate the activation and operation of the array of the treasure ship. The outer shell of the treasured ship was covered with mud from the seabed. Even though the majority of the outer shell had reached the level of a high-grade magic tool, and many parts had even reached the level of a top-grade magic tool, it could be seen that many places had already been severely corroded. Most of the runic patterns carved on the outer shell had already become blurred. The shell of the treasure ship was covered with mud from the bottom of the sea. Although most of the shell had reached the level of a top-grade instrument, and some of them had even reached the level of a top-grade instrument, many parts of the shell had already been severely corroded. Most of the array inscriptions on the shell had become blurred. The treasure ship was tilted to the right and leaned against the bottom of the cliff. On land, the divine sense of a cultivator, who had just advanced to the core forging stage, could cover a radius of 100 feet. On the other hand, the divine sense of an early Dharma adept could cover a radius of 10 miles. An ordinary adept who had just reached the blood condensation stage could probably use his divine sense to cover a radius of 100 feet on land. An adept who had just entered the core forging stage could use his divine sense to cover a radius of 100 feet. An early Dharma adept could use his divine sense to cover a radius of 10 miles. Lu Ping's divine sense was far more powerful than others, and was comparable to a mid-Dharma adept. If he used his divine sense on land, he could detect any movement within a radius of 20 miles. However, at the bottom of the sea, Lu Ping's divine sense could only reach a maximum of 3,000 feet, due to the pressure and isolation of the sea. This meant that he could barely scan the surface of the treasure ship. Lu Ping hid at the edge of the cliff for 2 hours, and did not discover any other Mara returning. At the same time, he did not discover any fluctuations from Mara who was at or above the Dharma stage. In the end, he concluded that this was probably the nest of one of Mara's armies. No Mara at the Dharma stage appeared. Perhaps their leader had been killed in the battle on Frost Island. Or perhaps they were being chased by the Dharma adepts of the human and demon races of the North Sea. They did not dare to return to their nest not too far away from Frost Island. In the end, Lu Ping decided to explore the treasure ship. If not for the fact that Lu Ping's level of cultivation had increased, the pressure at the bottom of the sea would have been enough for Lu Ping to use the water moon pearl. However, in order to not expose himself, Lu Ping could only use his inner yuan and physical body to resist the water pressure. Fortunately, Lu Ping had an idea and used the cloud sail to cover his body. Otherwise, it would have been a torture for Lu Ping's inner yuan and physical body. However, Ruyu had previously told Lu Ping that before the treasure ship sank, Fei Ling's sex Laozu had already collected most of the treasures that could be taken from the treasure ship. The treasure ship had been submerged at the bottom of the sea for 4,000 years. Even if there were any treasures left, they would have been corroded and rusted by the seawater. What's more, because of the large spirit vein in the middle of the ship, this place had obviously become Emo Luo's lair. With Emo Luo's nature of devouring spirits, Lu Ping's initial sliver of hope vanished without a trace. However, Lu Ping still decided to go in and take a look. Just this large spirit vein alone was worth Lu Ping going in to investigate. Moreover, now that there was no blood Shura here, this made Lu Ping even more daring. Although the main body of the treasured ship was assembled from numerous high-grade and top-grade magic treasures, many of the key parts were magic treasures of the magic treasure level, especially the dragon bone. According to Ruyu, it was a large magic treasure that had condensed 3 treasure restrictions. Lu Ping checked many cabins in the treasure ship and found that it was really as Ruyu said. There was almost no harvest. He couldn't help but feel a little disheartened. However, he also found that the interior of the treasure ship was mostly maintained intact. At the same time, it hadn't suffered too much damage from Mara. This made Lu Ping very happy, and he secretly felt very lucky. Although Mara was soul-devouring, magic treasures usually condense 4 treasure barriers, and reach the level of psychic magic treasures would only give birth to a weak spirituality. Similarly, it would also attract Mara's attention. And ordinary magic treasures were usually called spirit-breeding magic treasures. Their spirituality was not obvious at all, so they wouldn't attract Mara's attention. Therefore, the shell, keel, and most of the cabins of the treasure ship were preserved to the greatest extent. Lu Ping checked the remaining cabins while sinking his divine thoughts into the golden house to ask Ruyu, "Do you know who injured this treasure ship when it sank?" Ruyu shook her head and said, "I can't remember. But it seems that the formation plate of the treasure ship had a problem first, which greatly reduced the power of the formation outside the treasure ship. Then the left side of the treasure ship was pierced, and the golden house was broken. The person who sneaked up on me seemed to be targeting me, but Zhongju and Laozu appeared in time and saved me. However, when I was taken away by Zhongju and Laozu, the treasure ship didn't seem to sink completely." "Oh," Lu Ping said, "this is too much of a coincidence." Obviously, Fei Ling sent out a mole, and they cooperated with each other to sink the treasure ship. Ruyu nodded and said, "It should be so." After Zhongju and Laozu brought us back to Fei Ling's sect, he handed it over to Zhongshuan Laozu and Jiao Yuqiang to repair it. But not long after, Jiao Yuqiang laid down a big formation in the spirit stone mine and secretly placed me there. It has been 4,000 years since then. If Master didn't appear in time, I'm afraid that Ruyu's spirituality would have been exhausted and disappeared. These days, Ruyu had recovered more than half of her memories. Although she had forgotten a lot of her previous memories due to the erosion of her spirituality, she had also recovered a little. She also remembered a little about the situation when the treasure ship sank, but there were still many key points that she couldn't remember. Even if Ruyu completely recovered her memory of 4,000 years ago, she probably couldn't know the cause and effect of the destruction of Fei Ling's sect with her identity as a spirit. But at least she could provide a lot of information for Lu Ping. At this time, when Lu Ping was about to come out of a cabin, Ruyu suddenly transmitted her voice to him. "Master, Ruyu seems to remember that there used to be a secret room here. It seems that Mara hasn't found it yet. Master, open it and see if you can find anything." Lu Ping was delighted and immediately asked, I'm afraid there is more than one secret room in this treasure ship, right? Ruyu nodded and said, "That's right. It's just that most of the secret rooms are assembled from the components of extremely good quality psychic treasures and above." Just now, Ruyu saw quite a few of them, but those secret rooms had already been completely destroyed by Mara. This secret room, however, is made from the components of ordinary magic treasures. Perhaps it's because of this that it didn't attract Mara's attention. However, it's precisely because the quality of this secret room isn't good that even if there are some things inside, they won't be very good. Lu Ping naturally had already thought of this. His divine sense penetrated the direction that Ruyu pointed, but the surface of the cabin suddenly flashed with a layer of faint brilliance, and Lu Ping's divine sense was bounced off. Lu Ping was surprised and said, "The treasure ship's array is actually still working." Ruyu was obviously also surprised and said, "Maybe it's because of the spirit vein." When the treasure ship sank that day, although the array was destroyed, most of the array on the treasure ship was still operating. Although Zhongju and Laozu abandoned the ship, he obviously wanted to salvage the treasure ship in the future and use it again. So he didn't completely shut down the array. It's because the array can protect the hull of the ship from being eroded by the seawater to the greatest extent. Lu Ping thought of the array runes on the shell of the treasure ship that were blurred, but could still be seen. Presumably, it was because of this that the treasure ship could still maintain a complete outline at the bottom of the sea for 4,000 years. Although the array on the body of the cabin was still working, due to the relocation of the spirit vein, the protection was obviously extremely limited. Lu Ping pressed his palm up, and the surface of his palm flashed with a golden brilliance. The body of the cabin that his palm pressed quickly began to dissolve, and slowly, a cabin with a radius of 5 feet was revealed. After 4,000 years, this cabin still hadn't been invaded by the seawater. When Lu Ping broke this cabin, he had already arranged a layer of waterproof restriction on the outside, so he walked inside. A corpse was lying in the cabin, and the corpse had long decomposed, leaving only a skeleton and tattered clothes. There was a necklace hanging below the neck of the skeleton, and Lu Ping naturally saw that it was a storage magic tool, so he reached out and pulled it off. Lu Ping looked around the cabin, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything. There were only the marks of the bombardment left on the cabin wall. It was obvious that this person was trapped inside after the treasure ship activated the array. After the treasure ship sank, but because of the existence of the spirit vein, and Zhongju and Laozu didn't close the array, this cultivator still couldn't escape from the secret room. In the end, he was forcibly suffocated in the secret room. As for how the cultivator managed to enter the secret chamber, Lu Ping didn't know. However, he could tell that the cultivator's cultivation base wasn't high when he was alive, at least not in the Avatar realm. Otherwise, even if he couldn't break through the secret chamber's wall, he could still cause a huge commotion and attract the attention of the Fei Ling sect cultivators who were retreating. Lu Ping roughly walked around the treasure ship, and after he didn't find anything, he returned to the broken cabin wall, and then he followed the hole to the other side of the ship. Only then did he find that the blow that broke the treasure ship not only broke the port side, but also the starboard side. It was precisely because the starboard side was also broken that after the treasure ship sank to the bottom of the sea, the spirit vein was reintroduced into the spirit vein through the hole on the starboard side. At this time, the hole on the starboard side, which was also the source of the spirit vein, had a huge hole dug by Mara. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.